Now let me begin by introducing some of our VIP guests and speakers. 首先呢，当然要为各位欢迎的就是我们主办单位经济部国际贸易局张淑义组长，我们掌声欢迎。We have Shu Yi Zhang, Division Director, Bureau of Foreign Trade, Ministry of Economic Affairs, MOEA. 中华民国对外贸易发展协会李慧玲副秘书长 ，Alina Lee, Executive Vice President of the Taiwan External Trade Development Council, TaiTra. 接下来呢，为各位介绍国际半导体产业协会曹世伦全球行销长暨台湾区总裁 Terry Tsao, Global Chief Marketing Officer and President of Taiwan SEMI. And next, let me introduce our speakers this morning. 接下来呢，为各位介绍我们今天上午的讲师。首先呢，莅临今天现场的是加拿大驻台北贸易办事处倪杰明代表 Jim Nicol, Executive Director, Canadian Trade Office in Taipei. 欧洲商会尹荣副理事长，同时也是欧洲商会地摊倡议行动的主席 Giuseppe Izzo, Vice Chairman of European Chamber of Commerce Taiwan ECCT, and also the Chair of ECCT's Low Carbon Initiative. 以及远道而来的英国国际贸易部离岸风电亚太区的主管 Richard Birch, Asia Pacific Lead for Offshore Wind, UK Department for International Trade. 当然呢，也要为各位介绍我们执行单位贸贸协会展览处的施玉霞处长，我们掌声欢迎处长。We also have Amelia Shi, Executive Director, Exhibition Department, TaiTra, here with us today. 我们再次欢迎所有的贵宾、所有的讲师呢莅临今天的论坛。那接下来，我们首先就要有请主办单位贸易局张淑义组长上台，为我们今天的论坛开场。To open the forum today, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shu Yi Zhang, Division Director, Bureau of Foreign Trade, MOEA.
Ms. Lee, Mr. Tsao from SEMI, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the organizer today, Bureau of Foreign Trade, MOEA, we welcome you to join the forum today. So before I begin, this is the first time I see Mr. Tsao from SEMI, and I would like to share with you that Mr. Tsao just received the award from Event Industry Council. So he received Adaptation and Innovation Award. I think this is the first award received by Taiwanese representative, and this is really a wonderful news. So I'm here sharing with you his contribution to the MICE industry. So in order to address the harm caused by climate change has become a common goal in this century. More than 130 countries in the world have declared that they will achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And President Tsai Ing-wen also announced on Earth Day last year that the direction of Taiwan's 2050 net zero transformation, and announced Taiwan's pathway to net zero in 2050 in March this year, revealing that it will promote technology and innovation in related fields through integration of resources across different ministries and committees, and guide green transformation of industries and the new way of economic growth. The government's plans to promote net zero transition by 2030 are expected to invest 900 billion Taiwanese dollars in budget, and the private investment opportunities will also reach more than 4 trillion NT dollars, of which the highest proportion of the budget is renewable energy and the development of next-generation hydrogen technology, the strengthening of smart grids, and energy storage system. In the process of transformation, more innovative technologies will be needed, which will bring about systematic structural adjustment of the industry. Although it's a big challenge for related companies, it is also a turning point for the industry to reshuffle and develop opportunities for growth. The international response to climate governance has also shaped a new trade order. Countries have successfully formulated carbon reduction policies and carbon pricing mechanisms. Various carbon reduction measures not only affect their internal enterprises, but also extend to global supply chain. Commitment to carbon reduction requires accelerated greener supply chains. So it can be seen that the net zero transition is no longer just an environmental protection issue, but also the key issue for the next generation for national competitiveness. Taiwanese companies are highly involved in the international supply chain system. In the initial stage, they can make measures such as taking stock of carbon emissions, investing in green energy, and improving low-carbon manufacturing processes to strengthen international green certification of products. So in order to assist industry to align with the international net zero carbon emission policy and understand how they can reduce carbon emission, Bureau of Foreign Trade held 4 carbon reduction enterprise exchange meetings with more than 1,800 participants. And through these exchanges, we explain our policies of how to reduce carbon emission, and we also share successful cases. And this year, we also organized 5 large briefing sessions this year, and we also have some small exchange meetings to address the pain point of how the companies can reduce carbon emission. We also work together with TaiTRA and to have the carbon reduction action force experts service. And so we continue to help our companies to seize the opportunities in the global market. In the forum today, we are very honored to invite the representative from RE100 and also the European representatives to share their experience in an energy transition. And in the afternoon, we also have representatives from different companies to share their diverse experience. We do hope that you will be inspired by the forum today. We thank you for joining us at the forum today, and we wish you good health and prosperity. Thank you.
组长 ，Thank you so much to Division Director Zhang。那就像是组长所提到的，贸易局呢也会持续的和相关部会通力合作，协助这个厂商呢在净零减碳的路上化危机为转机。The Bureau will continue to help all the industry players to turn challenges into business opportunities on this path into achieving the net zero target. 那接下来呢，我们要有请执行单位中华民国对外贸易发展协会李慧玲副秘书长上台致辞，我们掌声欢迎李副秘。Next, please welcome Alina Lee, Executive Vice President of TaiTRA, to the stage.
Division Director from Bureau of Foreign Trade, President Tao from SEMI, business leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of TaiTRA, the implementer of this forum, I would like to welcome you all to the 2022 Forum on Sustainable Energy for Business, taking on a new global challenge. Bill Gates, a well-known entrepreneur who has long been focused on climate change, once said, companies that can successfully achieve net zero and countries that can build zero carbon industries will lead the global economy in the coming decades. So this sentence best sums up the topics discussed in today's forum. And climate change and zero carbon transition are national strategic issues that all countries must face right now. The main purpose of today's forum is to draw experience from forerunners of green transition to exchange and discuss national and corporate net zero transition strategies and practices, as well as future applications of new energy sources. We hope that we can draw experiences from other countries. And we're very glad to have invited excellent speakers from home and abroad. And we have distinguished guests from the Canadian Trade Office in Taipei and also from the UK, Mr. Richard Birch. They're going to share with us their international experience on net zero transition. And also, we have another session for Taiwanese speakers to share their local experience. How do they realize net zero transition within their companies? And also, we'll also be talking about the management of new or emerging energies and how to reduce the risks of energy consumption. According to the 2021 World Energy Outlook of the International Energy Agency, or IEA, the new energy economy with the solar energy, wind energy, and EV is booming. But the progress is still not enough to reduce global carbon emissions to the net zero target. So it is recommended that countries should accelerate carbon reduction commitments in 4 major areas. The first is electrification. The second is energy efficiency improvement. And the third is methane emission reduction. And finally, the innovation enhancement. We need to use more innovative technologies to drive the innovative power within industries. So we are seeing the direction for us to go. And by 2020, the world should invest at least $4 trillion annually in clean energy and infrastructure. So if we take a look at Taiwan, as we can see from the different exhibition booths, in terms of wind energy and solar energy, Taiwan are being able to have a made in Taiwan supply chain in terms of solar energy and wind energy. And maybe in the future, there will be chances for us to export, turnkey plant export in the future. And we also know that Taiwan is highly developed in terms of our ICT industry and semiconductor industry. And how can we help Taiwanese companies to take advantage of those competitive edge and work with other companies in other countries? And this is what we are going to do in the future. We'll build on the foundation we already have and move toward further collaboration with the international community. We hope that when we are reducing carbon emissions, we'll also utilize the innovative power to have a collaboration or interdisciplinary collaboration with more countries. And we hope that we'll be able to create another sacred shield, just like TSMC, for Taiwan. The future of the energy industry in Taiwan is very hopeful, but we need your input. And finally, I would once again thank the speakers for today's forum and also the implementers, the co-organizers, and representatives from the industries to join us to successfully hold this Sustainable Energy for Business Forum. I believe that you will also take this opportunity to visit the exhibition floor because we are concurrently holding this Renewable Energy Week in Taipei. And on the floor, you'll be able to see many demonstrations or information about the new emerging energy, including solar energy and wind energy and also micro hydro energy.
Through some of the important topics we're going to talk about today. 非常谢谢傅明为我们介绍今天的论坛一些重要的主题哦。那接下来呢，我们要有请执行伙伴 Semi 曹世伦全球行销长及台湾区总裁上台致辞，我们掌声欢迎 Terry. Let's welcome Terry Cao, Global Chief Marketing Officer and President of Taiwan, Semi, to the stage.
Ms. Zhang from Bureau of Foreign Trade, Elena Lee, Executive VP of TITRA, my best friend Izzo, Mr. Nicole, representative from the United Kingdom, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy, delighted to be one of the organizers on this event and working together with TITRA and the Bureau of Foreign Trade to complete the project. Sustainable development issue has been a very important topic, and this is the goal for the world to march on. Governments around the world, enterprises around the world, we're working together not only to develop renewable energy, planning net zero policies, but also we see that the supply chain globally are actively transforming to green energy, including green smart manufacturing, hoping to reduce carbon emission to fight against the climate change issues. In order to help the enterprises in the process of green transition, SEMI has established Sustainable Committee for semiconductor industry, and we hold exchange meetings regularly to discuss innovations and industry standards in the hope to facilitate green manufacturing and to provide solutions for circular economy. We do hope that we can work together with the high-tech industry and to transform Taiwan into green energy hub. And SEMI, we have the energy industry department. We combine different departments, and we combine academia, government, industry associations, and together we discuss different solutions. And we do hope that we gather the most important stakeholders, and we can promote the industry to go to the next generation and to increase our competitiveness altogether. And recently, SEMI also held business matching sessions, and we organize these events to help the semiconductor industry and to connect with the green environmental related processes. For example, how we can better recycle the materials, and we actively respond to the government's policy net zero goal in 2050. And we also have the Sustainable Committee. We invite different companies to join us. We do hope that the semiconductor players can also work together on this carbon emission reduction goal, and we can work together on this platform. We've been working actively together with the semiconductor industry here in Taiwan, and hopefully we can influence the surrounding industries so that in the process of green transition, we want to include more ecosystems so that we can achieve the net zero goal altogether. Today, I'm very delighted to be here at the Sustainable Energy Business Taking a New Goal Challenge seminar. And we know that the European countries have a lot of successful cases, and so are successful cases there in Canada. We do hope that we can learn from these experiences from overseas, and that we can be inspired by their successful cases. By taking these opportunities, we can learn from them, and we do hope that we can present the best benefits at this Energy Taiwan event. And lastly, we wish every success for Energy Taiwan. Thank you. Thank you. Please remain on stage.
好，首先呢，第一章我们想先有请主办单位以及执行单位哦，贸易局的张组长以及我们的外贸协会李副秘，先到台上来和我们的执行伙伴 Semi 的曹总裁一起合照。We'd like to welcome Director Zhang from Bureau of Foreign Trade。我们先第一张戴着口罩，第二张再把口罩拿下来哦。OK，Please look at the camera in front of you, everybody on the stage. 3, 2, 1。第二张呢，我们请台上的贵宾把口罩拿下来。You may take your mask off for the second photo. Yes, all right. 第二张呢，请组长带领我们比一个赞好了。Thumbs up, yes, all right. 3, 2, 1。好，我们请台上的贵宾再留步一下。我们接下来呢，要有请我们今天的讲者以及贵宾到台上来一起加入合照。We'd like to bring in more people to the stage. Let's welcome our speakers this morning. Yes， 我们有请我们今天上午的讲师 Mr. Jim Nicol, Mr. Giuseppe Izzo, and also Mr. Richard Birch. Please also join us on the stage. 以及外贸协会展览处的施玉霞处长、处长室是到台上来一起合照。And also Executive Director from TaiTEX, Amelia Shi. Please also join us on the stage. You may take your mask off for the photo. Yes. 可以把这个口罩拿下来，一起合照。All right. Thumbs up, everyone. Thumbs up for more exchanges, for more cooperation, and we're going to work with each other to achieve net zero goal. 我们是再次的热烈掌声给台上的所有的贵宾。Once again, a big round of applause for all of our distinguished guests and speakers on the stage. Thank you so much. 再次谢谢我们所有台上的贵宾哦。那就诚如我们刚才的3位贵宾、组长、副秘以及总裁所提到的，我们今天的论坛呢，也是一个交流的平台，也是一个相互学习的平台，也是一个持续创新的平台哦。And just like 3 of our previous speakers just said, this is not just a forum. This is also a platform for us to learn from each other, for us to exchange ideas with each other, and for us to innovate together.
Good. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾、各位朋友，大家好。
好，给他一个掌声。
I'd just also like just to take a moment to thank our good friends at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Bureau for Trade, TaiTEX, and Semi Taiwan for this kind invitation to participate in today's event. Thank you very much. My presentation will focus on 3 themes. Canada's climate change commitments and our national energy picture, the pathways we see to achieving those commitments, in particular via hydrogen, wind, carbon capture, use and storage, and ethylene. And lastly, I will highlight some of the opportunities available to you in partnership with Canada. So at the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26, Canada committed to helping developing countries transition away from coal-fired electricity by providing up to $1 billion in financing to expand access to clean power, and to ensuring that our already clean electricity grid in Canada achieves net zero emissions by 2035. We also committed to funding ending the exports of thermal coal by no later than 2030, and to keeping Canada's oil and gas emissions at the pace and scale needed to get to net zero by 2050, making Canada the first major oil-producing nation to make such a commitment. Canada also announced, along with other major economies, an end to new direct public support for international unabated fossil fuel sector by the end of 2022. The Canadian Net Zero Emission Accountability Act and a suite of programs and incentives have been launched to achieve these commitments. So you can see here that we do have a lot of work to do to reach net zero, but through clean power, clean hydrogen, carbon capture, use and storage, direct air capture, and biofuels and ammonia, we aim to get there. Most of Canada's renewable energy comes from moving water. Over 67% is hydroelectricity. In the provinces of Manitoba and Quebec, more than 95% is from moving water. But wind power capacity has been steadily growing over the past 10 years. A great example is Northland Power, which has a significant investment in Taiwan. And while Canada has the world's fourth largest oil reserves, over 95% of which are found in the province of Alberta, we understand the importance of developing renewable energy. As such, the majority of our wind and solar power projects are expected to be focused in Alberta and some in the province of Ontario. Low-carbon hydrogen is one of the most important pathways to achieving net zero. COP26 set a goal for affordable, renewable, and low-carbon hydrogen to be globally available by 2030. Canada has already recognized hydrogen's key role, launching our national hydrogen strategy in 2020. Canada's hydrogen strategy seeks to position us as a world-leading supplier of clean hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. Canada offers numerous advantages for establishing a hydrogen economy. As one of the top 10 hydrogen producers in the world, we have abundant feedstocks to produce blue and green hydrogen, and Canada is home to innovative companies developing hydrogen technologies, making it well-placed to be a major exporter of hydrogen products, technologies, and service. The near-term focus to 2025 is on laying the foundation for the hydrogen economy in Canada. This includes developing new hydrogen distribution infrastructure to support early development hubs in mature applications and supporting Canadian demonstrations in emerging applications. Regulations such as our Clean Fuel Standard will be fundamental to driving investment in this sector. The midterm focus post-2025 will be on activities to stimulate the sector, followed by growth and diversification. Hydrogen will be focused on applications that provide the best value propositions relative to other zero-emission technologies. This strategy aims to create potential for decarbonizing many sectors of our economy and to create 350,000 green jobs in the next 3 decades. And of course, it will also spur investments and strategic partnerships. Again, with our abundant feedstocks, leading innovation, strong energy sector, robust international collaboration, and access to export markets, Canada is distinctly well placed to be a leader in clean energy, in clean hydrogen. What's more, the potential for hydrogen production exists in nearly all regions of Canada. From this map, you can see how different provinces and regions of Canada have various hydrogen production potential. Already, the Canadian Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association includes more than 160 members who collectively have over 100 years of leadership in electrolytic hydrogen technology and more than 40 years of fuel cell technology leadership. If hydrogen is the blue chip investment, wind power is Canada's unicorn. The wind power sector has been the fastest growing source of energy in Canada over the last 5 years, thanks to high quality and cost competitiveness. Ontario is the largest wind market in Canada, followed by Quebec and Alberta. Alberta and British Columbia both have notable wind projects under development. For example, Enel Green Energy is investing $210 million in Alberta, and IKEA Canada has acquired a wind farm, also in Alberta, that will generate power equivalent to that consumed by 54 IKEA stores or nearly 26,000 households. Here in Taiwan, Northland Power Incorporated has been deeply engaged since 2015. Northland Power is one of the world's leading developers of offshore wind projects and one of Canada's largest independent power producers. It currently has offshore wind farms in Germany and the Netherlands, as well as 4 onshore wind farms in Canada. Northland Power's establishment of the 1,044 megawatt Hai Long project office includes a commitment to work with local manufacturers, suppliers, and financial institutions, as well as locally communities. Hai Long recently signed a turbine supply agreement with Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy. It is the largest turbine supply agreement ever executed in Taiwan and the largest turbine supply agreement for offshore wind ever executed in Asia. In addition to Hai Long, Northland is developing 2 offshore wind projects for Round 3, Can Wind Offshore and North Wind Offshore wind projects. The estimated goal for these 2 is to generate a combined 1.8 gigawatts of power, which would result in a total of 2.8 gigawatts of Taiwan's green energy mix being produced by Northland and Hai Long. Major Canadian investors are also engaged in wind power in Taiwan. In December 2020, Quebec institutional investor Caisse de dépôt et placement du Québec, CDPQ, and local investor Cathay PE announced a 75 billion Taiwan dollar co-investment into 50% share of the 605 megawatt Greater Changhua 1 offshore wind farm. Danish firm Ørsted retains the other 50% share in the project, which it expects to complete in 2022. The partnership is based on a financing model for offshore wind projects that is unique in the Asia-Pacific region. This CDPQ's first direct investment in Taiwan through its infrastructure team, which has a long track record in renewable energy sector. The financing package is supported by guarantees and/or loans from 5 countries' international export credit agencies, including Export Development Canada, which is participating for the first time in an offshore wind farm deal in Taiwan. Canada also has significant strengths in carbon capture, use, and storage. These include our geology, technological and project development expertise, and carbon market management expertise. These strengths are supported by an ecosystem of federal and provincial government programs. As a result, Canadians have been recognized for award-winning carbon capture, use, and storage innovation, and Canada is home to a number of notable carbon capture, use, and storage companies. A well-known example of Canadian carbon capture prowess is the Boundary Dam Power Station in Saskatchewan. The coal power station opened in 1959 with 2 units, adding 3 more units in the 1970s. In 2014, the Boundary Dam Carbon Capture Project transformed the station by turning unit number 3 into a reliable 120 megawatt producer of clean base load power. Carbon capture technology now reduces up to 90% of greenhouse gas emissions from Unit 3. Since operations began, carbon capture, use, and storage has prevented more than 4 million tons of CO2 from entering the atmosphere. That's equal to taking 1 million vehicles off the road for a year. Shell's Quest carbon capture and storage facility in Alberta shows that large-scale CO2 capture is a safe and effective measure to reduce CO2 emissions from industrial sources. Quest was built ahead of schedule and under budget. Since opening in late 2015, the facility has captured more CO2 than expected and stored it safely 2 kilometers underground. To date, Quest has captured and stored over 6 million tons of carbon dioxide. And Shell is sharing these lessons learned from building Quest to encourage more widespread implementation of carbon capture and storage. Canada will also be the home of the world's first net zero carbon emissions ethylene and derivatives plant. In 2021, Dow Chemicals Company announced plans for a major brownfield investment at its existing site in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. Dow noted the availability of carbon capture infrastructure, competitive feedstocks, and attractive government partnerships. The CEO, Jim Fitterling, highlighted Canada's support as a model for accelerating the adoption of emission-saving solutions. There are significant opportunities in partnering with Canada. For example, as an investment destination, Canada has few rivals in terms of market access. We are the only G7 country that has free trade agreements with all other G7 members. And through the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, formerly known as NAFTA, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with the European Union, and a bilateral agreement with the United Kingdom, Canada offers unparalleled access to global markets. Collectively, our 15 trade agreements reach 51 countries, equivalent to 2/3 of global domestic product. The province of Alberta is particularly notable. It has a deregulated competitive industry energy market where companies can build generation and sell power. The Alberta market does not have a sole power purchaser or government energy corporation. Rather, Alberta has a competitive wholesale market. The key question is therefore not one of capacity, but who can provide electricity at the lowest price via a power pool bidding system. I would therefore welcome you to participate in the Canadian Hydrogen Convention in Edmonton, Alberta in April 2023 to learn more about the opportunities in this exciting market. Canada would also love to welcome you to the Carbon Capture Canada event in Edmonton, Alberta in September 2023. Please put these 2 dates into your calendar, and we'll hope to see you in Canada. Lastly, I would like to highlight the many other areas of cooperation on clean energy between Canada and Taiwan. For example, in January of this year, 2022, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the Canadian Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association and the Taiwan Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Partnership. The MOU promotes collaboration in the research and development of zero-emission hydrogen and fuel cell technologies and standards. Cooperation will be focused on producing hydrogen fuel cells as backup power solutions and as energy systems for vehicles, and stationary fuel cells that can be used to power buildings. Canada and Taiwan have also successfully concluded exploratory talks on a possible foreign investment promotion and protection agreement. We seek further collaboration with Taiwan and other partners on clean energy. The Government of Canada is committed to achieving our COP26 goal of net zero emissions by 2050. Hydrogen, wind, carbon capture use and storage, the ethylene figure prominently in our national clean energy strategy. And Canada offers significant clean energy opportunities for investors and partners. We look forward to welcoming you. Thank you. 谢谢大家。
Good morning.
Good morning.
So today I will speak a little bit about the LCI and a little bit about the European policies for the low carbon. My presentation will be the first part, the slides will be the first part in English, the second part in Mandarin. I will only speak in English. Apologize about that. So the LCI in 2017 analyzed the government 5+2 policy and also the LCI members' core competencies, and we set up 7 categories: green energy, green financing, energy efficiency, green mobility, smart cities, smart manufacturing, and circular economy. Later, in 2020, based on Taiwan's policy movement from 2020 to 2024, the LCI has created 4 working groups: Green Finance, ESG and Corporate PPA Working Group, Energy Saving and Green Building, Eco-Mobility and Eco-Logistics, Sustainable Supply Chain Working Group, and all of them under the previous 7 categories. So far we have 92 members. The membership has grown to 92 companies, corporations, that are from all over the world, and we target to reach 100 potentially by the end of this year. We have also 10 representative offices in the membership, mostly from Europe, from the EU. Then the LCI has received acknowledgement and support from the highest level of government, industry, academia, and has formed strong partnership with key stakeholders in Taiwan and across the world. The LCI membership has risen from 14 in 1992 to, sorry, in 2012 to 92 in 2022. Many countries have recently introduced policies with the aim of reaching the goals of the Paris Agreement to reduce the risk and impacts of climate change. The EU in particular, in March 2020, passed the climate law, which asks for member states to reach climate neutrality by 2050. The European Commission has also set an interim goal to reduce GHG emission by 55% from 1990 levels by the year 2030. The UK, the United Kingdom, as we will see later, has pledged to phase out coal power generation by 2025 and reach net zero by 2050. More than 137 countries have now agreed to reach net zero emissions, which includes more than 80% of the global GHG emissions. Most countries have set up 2050 as the target date, while China has set up a goal of 2060. About CBAM, Carbon Adjustment Mechanism, the EU started its emission trading scheme, ETS, in 2005. For those companies who exceed their allowances, they must purchase allowances in ETS or pay taxes, raising cost of production sectors within EU. To reduce carbon emission, countries will transfer high emission industries to other countries with lower carbon costs, which causes the problem of carbon leakage. To fix carbon leakage, EU adjusted the ETS and will soon introduce the CBAM to force trading partners to bear the same carbon costs as the EU's domestic industries. So the EU specializes in making regulations. So that's for those of you in business, please keep in mind that if you do business with EU, you have to learn the regulations, okay? In June 2022, the European Parliament adopted an amendment to the CBAM. In the transitional phase, importers will have to report emissions embedded in their goods without paying a financial adjustment. After CBAM is formally implemented, importers will need to purchase allowances from the EU to pay for carbon emissions of imported goods. The current price is at 60 euros per ton. A central CBAM authority will be established to manage the financial revenue. Money will be used to support low-income countries in their low-carbon transitions. Let's see the IEA, International Energy Agency strategies for global net zero. They are about electrification, in particular renewable energy, wind, solar, thermal, marine, new energy, hydro, high-tech nuclear fusion, electrification in process and heating equipment. Then fuels without carbon, biofuels, hydrocarbon fuel, and negative emission technologies like carbon capture, utilization and storage, CCUS, bioenergy with carbon capture, and storage, and direct air capture. So, net zero by 2050. At ECCT LCI, we made this publication, this report, and we invited 18 European chambers of commerce, low carbon initiative offices in Taiwan, corporate members, and CPC Taiwan to share best practices to reach net zero emissions. They produced chapters about their transition plans, hydrogen energy, and other technologies. Actions to reach net zero: set scientific carbon reduction targets, low, zero, or zero carbon transportation, supply chain management, biological carbon sink, development of renewable energy, zero carbon transition in the financial sector, development of the carbon capture utilization and storage technology, increase energy efficiency. Policy of hydrogen energy and its development of technology. First of all, promotion of policies and regulation. European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, German, British, and Australia national strategy in hydrogen. Second, technology development and application of grey, blue, and green hydrogen. And the third is the financial investment program in hydrogen. About the international hydrogen development goals. Countries have different goals for hydrogen energy development. According to the development projects, they can be divided into reducing emissions, diversifying energy supply, promoting economic growth, supporting national technological development, integrating renewable energy, developing hydrogen energy exports. Fossil fuel exporters like Australia will market hydrogen as future export fuel. Fossil fuel importers like EU and Japan primarily aim to reduce emissions and diversify their energy supply. Plan of hydrogen energy source. More than half of the country's hydrogen energy strategy is driven by green hydrogen technology. However, due to technical and economic factors, it is estimated that the major international hydrogen sources until 2050 will still rely on blue hydrogen technology, carbon-based energy plus CCUS. Oil refineries and chemical industries are the largest potential users of the green energy market in the medium term. At present, the development of hydrogen energy is mainly targeting transportation industry, manufacturing industry, and energy industry. Breakthrough technologies are the key to net zero emissions in the field of energy storage, technology development and application of hydrogen energy, increased energy efficiency, floating offshore wind turbine, carbon capture utilization and storage, low zero carbon electricity. We call on Taiwan government and businesses to invest through policy development and funding plans. Apart from budgeting, building a friendly investment market to attract financial institutions and enterprises is also important. As the global financial industry has put forward net zero transformation financial action, enterprises in Taiwan need to attract capital investment and work with other industries to achieve the goal of net zero. LCI and RE 100 Taiwan office will co-publish Taiwan Market Briefing 2022 on the 7th of December at the Grand Hyatt, Taipei. The report will be promoted locally and shared internationally. Content will feature research on Taiwan's renewable energy and group buying PPA. The briefing will include summarizing policy and market changes, reflect on the RE 100 members based in Taiwan, and discuss aggregated PPA, APPAs, in addressing key barriers to procurement. To learn more about the event details, please scan the QR code in this slide. We will continue to work closely with the government and industry on promoting low-carbon solutions for sustainability. This is what LCI Taiwan is doing. LCI, ECCT, LCI has been working on in the past few years, and we will keep working with the government and industry, always in promoting low-carbon solutions and sustainability for the future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for having me today. So in terms of what I'm going to cover today, I want to touch on the UK's journey in terms of offshore wind, particularly sort of looking forward to the next stage of that. So in the UK, we've committed to net zero by 2050. And fundamentally central to that in terms of the energy transmission is the offshore wind sector. In 2021, our Prime Minister set out our 10-point plan for an industrial revolution. And the first point of that is offshore wind. It reflects UK's resources. We're an island, much like Taiwan. We have a windy coastline. And at the very heart of that is offshore wind. And it's a very good point to sort of share on floating offshore wind in particular. Because when we think about offshore wind and the fixed bottom industry, when it came to Taiwan, it was a relatively mature industry. And a lot of it was adopted with technology and skills from Europe. Whereas where we are now in the global industry, floating is developing everywhere sort of at a steady speed. So we're all looking at these challenges together now. So I thought what I wanted to share is sort of some of the steps we're taking in the UK as we progress towards the first commercial scale projects in floating offshore wind. So just to give you a little bit of context about the UK and where we are in offshore wind generally. We have about 12 gigawatts, or nearly 13 gigawatts of offshore wind currently installed, which is the second largest in the world after China. But we've got very, very high ambitions. So we're looking to install 50 gigawatts by 2030. And that includes 5 gigawatts of floating offshore wind. And if you look at the pipeline going forward, in terms of up to 2040, there's around 86 gigawatts of projects planned. So those are projects that have secured leases and are in sort of development stage. And in terms of job creation, this again sits at the heart of sort of our aspirations, is to a part of the just transition to ensure that this creates jobs and it brings new skills to the UK. And we're hoping to see around 90,000 jobs by 2030. So thinking about sort of floating offshore wind specifically, I think floating offshore wind is significant because it takes us into deeper water. It opens up whole new parts of the oceans that previously restricted if we look at fixed bottoms. And that includes much of the UK coast. I quite often get asked, why is the UK looking at floating offshore wind? You've got quite a lot of sort of shallow waters, fixed bottoms quite established. But if you look at the overall pipeline, the UK is looking at potentially, in order to meet our net zero commitments, we're going to need 100 to 125 gigawatts of offshore wind. And that means that we have to move into deeper water, not dissimilar to Taiwan. That really so floating is very much the future, and it's going to be absolutely essential to achieving our targets. And there's two main parts of the UK where this is progressing most rapidly. The first is the Celtic Sea, down around Wales and the sort of far west of England. And here there's sort of the initial development projects are underway, and we're looking to lease around 4 gigawatts of projects by 2035. And the next round of auctions will be next year to progress those projects. And the first demo project in that area has received its revenue commitment through a CFD process. And then the other area is Scotland, which is probably where many of you might have heard about the ScotWind leasing round, which is just took place at the beginning of this year, which has leased 15 gigawatts of projects around Scotland that are now in development, which is really quite significant. I mean, globally, it's by far the largest commitment to floating offshore wind in any market yet. And it could increase even further with a leasing round that's designed to support decarbonization of oil and gas sector in the North Sea. And it's also, Scotland's also the location of the first demonstration floating projects in the UK. So we've got the Kincardine project, which is a 50 megawatt project, and the Hywind Scotland project. So in terms of where are we with floating offshore wind? Well, it's clear that the technology is and the market is at an inflection point at the moment. We've got major gigawatt scale projects in the pipeline, both in Scotland, but we're also seeing other parts of the world as well. Korea has committed to a number of gigawatt projects. There's increased confidence that these can be delivered. The technology fundamentally exists now. It's been proven in the real world. But that said, there's still challenges to come. And the first is around technology, and in particular industrialization. The technology exists, but it's evolving, it's changing. And innovation is going to be key in order to bring costs down. And that's going to be both sort of technology innovation, but also process innovation, how these projects are delivered. And that covers across the whole range of areas. So that could be the substructure, mooring, dynamic cables, in all these areas, there's still challenges to come. I mean, just to give you a sense of what we need to do, just looking at the plans for floating offshore wind over the next 5 years, we're going to have to produce more floating substructures than the oil and gas industry, where this technology originates, have produced in the last 50 years. So that's a fundamentally different way of thinking about it. We've got to move away from these being individual platforms being produced to really thinking about serial manufacture it. How do we industrialize this process? And that's really at the heart of what's happening today in terms of a lot of the technology development. Another area we've got to think about is the infrastructure to make this happen. The ports. I'll cover this in a minute, but there's quite different aspects required for the ports, and we need to sort of start those investments now. And in terms of how we provide a supportive regulatory framework, there's a lot of risk associated with this for the companies involved. So we've got to think about how we manage that commercial risk. Is there an opportunity in terms of the framework we set to sort of share those risks, to provide a supportive framework that enables companies to make these investments with confidence? So this is another key question. But at the same time, there are huge opportunities. If we can drive the cost down in floating offshore wind, it really does open up a whole new swathes of the ocean to energy production. It's closely linked to existing technologies. So a lot of the skills that we've developed over the past decade in the offshore wind sector can be applied to floating offshore wind. It also draws heavily on the oil and gas sector, so skills that are developed there we can utilize. There's a timeline that we can do this. These aren't immediate projects. A lot of things are in the planning now, but we have time to get this enabling infrastructure and enabling skills in place to make this work. And we are seeing really good engagement between industry and government and various stakeholders that need to make this work. And you're seeing that happening in Taiwan at the moment as well. So just in terms of what's happening, like looking at the projects in the UK, it's very clear that the initial projects are going to be more costly. These first projects. So cost reduction is really key, and that will come. And that's going to be as the technology develops, but also particularly as the scale increases. And you can see that from the chart in the bottom left-hand corner about the extent to which how much scale is going to really drive the cost reductions to make this commercially viable in the long term. But what we're seeing now is sort of a runway. We can't immediately jump to those commercial projects. The earliest ones are likely to be towards the end of this decade. But what we're seeing in the UK is a sort of runway where we can see a path for projects to get to that commercial scale. And so initially, yes, quite a lot of the projects that are going to be coming next in the UK are relatively small. They're still the sort of test and demonstration projects. And they're still important because they're really about sort of testing new technology. Is there something that, an aspect of the system that we don't know if it will work? It's done on a smaller scale to really sort of probe that and test that. But a lot of these projects, so this first project you can see have been quite a long time in the planning, and they're now coming through and they're going to be built very soon. And really sort of a lot of these technologies are sort of getting increasingly well understood, because we're seeing sort of projects around the world that are doing all these simultaneously, and there's lessons being learned, not just in the UK, not just in the individual market, but these technologies are being proven across the world at the moment. So we need to make sure that we're using those lessons and socializing them. And then the next phase will be intermediate scale projects. And I think this is the really crucial bit. This is about serial manufacturing, really testing the supply chain, not just the technology, but can we produce these at scale? Can we make not 5 platforms, but can we make 50, 100 platforms? So this is going to be this is really where things are now in terms of the really crucial step. And particularly sort of for us in the UK and for other countries, where we're keen to ensure that manufacturing happens in the UK. We want to ensure that our supply chain is ready and is capable and is able to take this forward. And then finally, the commercial scale projects. And although those are a little further ahead, the planning is now taking place. And the commitment to those projects actually is vital, because what that does, that enables the investment in the supply chain to take place with confidence. It enables developers to look forward and have that surety of project pipeline going forward. So those commitments being made through the ScotWind leasing round, we see those as really fundamental to allowing the development of this sector and the progress that's needed to happen. And then just thinking about sort of other areas as well as pipeline. Pipeline's important, but there are other ways that we can support the progress of floating technologies. And collaboration is one. I mean, collaboration is going to be vital to unlocking innovation in this sector. We need the collective capabilities of the whole industry to be marshaled to this endeavor. And in the UK, we've got a few activities and projects that we're seeking to do that. One of those is the offshore renewable energy catapult, which really exists for this purpose. It brings together developers, supply chains, academics, in order to solve key problems. And it also works with sort of smaller, innovative companies that often find it quite difficult to bring their products into the market. So it's about giving them a platform and introducing them to the developers that will actually bring these projects to bear. And it's widely supported by the whole industry. And then related to the Catapult, it's also run by the Catapult, is our innovation hub. And that's about sort of identifying the most important areas and ensuring the collective skills of the whole industry is focused on those key areas. And then there's also sort of private sector organizations that are doing something similar. The Carbon Trust's joint industry programs, they've been running them many years in the fixed bottom sector, and for the last few years have been focused on floating. And again, it's similar. It's about bringing together the industry to solve knotty problems. Collective knowledge, collective skills, and then socializing those learnings as well. And again, like the Carbon Trust is looking to do that globally as well. They're working in a number of different markets around the world to bring these joint industry programs. And then it also interacts again with what government does. So as the UK government, we have our offshore wind demonstration program, which provides funding to ensure that key technologies can get into those early stage projects, that they can be tested. And we've currently, the latest orders is £31 million worth of support for innovative ideas and giving them the opportunity to really be tested. And as a government as well, we sort of look to provide a degree of direct support, and it's very targeted. What we want is the support we provide to really sort of get the most bang for its buck. We don't have any specific local content requirements, but what we want to do is we want to support the development of a manufacturing sector through identifying areas where the UK has comparative advantage, and we can support the development of the sector in a targeted way. And we've launched a £160 million scheme that will provide funding to technologies and manufacturing to develop in really the key areas that are necessary to make this happen. And then we've also got sort of investment zones, areas of high opportunity where we're bringing in global manufacturers to help develop those areas. And two that have been recently identified where there's a lot of work going on in terms of bringing in investment into those areas is the Cromarty and Moray Firths in Scotland. And the other key area where government has a particular role to play is ensuring that projects are viable. Floating projects, as I mentioned earlier, they are going to be more expensive initially, and we saw that with fixed bottom projects. The UK's been supporting projects since sort of around about sort of the early sort of 2000s, and ensuring that, and they were initially expensive, but what we've seen is a very rapid decline in costs, and we're hoping to see exactly the same thing for floating projects. And we want to provide a similar support mechanism as we did for fixed bottom. And the tool that we use in the UK is something called the Contract for Difference system. And essentially, it's a competitive bidding process where projects bid for the revenue that they think they need to deliver their project. And they get a strike price, and it stabilizes their income relative to the wholesale price in the UK. So it provides stable revenues, and it lowers the cost of capital for projects. And it utilizes competition to drive down the price and to drive down cost. And it's been a very effective tool. And we want to utilize it again for floating. But the key thing is we can't have floating projects at this stage competing directly against fixed bottom price projects, because they're just simply not going to happen. So what we've done in the latest round, it was earlier this year, that's just been published, is we've established a separate pot, what we call, for less established technologies, and floating sits in there. So there's a fund available specifically for developers looking to take forward floating projects to get funding. And then, the other area where I just want to touch on sort of needs being quite different between fixed and floating and really critical if the industry is going to progress is the port sector. In terms of the laydown areas, in terms of the harbours, we need to think about what's necessary in order for floating technologies and floating wind to be for construction, for assembly, and really to progress. And these are not short-term solutions. Ports have very long lead times in terms of planning, so we need to think about these now. And this has been, in the UK, this has been an issue for fixed bottom, and we've had to work quite hard to progress that, and we've offered some targeted support, and we're continuing doing the same for floating. But the message really is about the time that's involved, and these are big capital investments. So ports need a strong business case in order to take forward. They need certainty, and this is again, it's about where things like the ScotWind provides a degree of certainty that enable these investments to take place. And finally, I just wanted to really sort of touch on a quick case study about the Kincardine project. And it's been a really successful project. I mean, there's been huge learnings from it. And actually, if anyone's interested to learn more about this, you can go speak to Flotation Energy at the British Pavilion, who have been involved in the early stages of the development of the project. But it also highlights some of the challenges and why we've got to think about not just the testing of the technologies, but also how we're going to move to the next phase, this progression towards commercial scale projects. Because if you looked at what happened, the bases were made in Spain, northwest Spain. They were then transferred initially to Rotterdam, where they were assembled with the turbines. They were then, some of them were then towed directly to the UK. Others were taken via Aberdeen, and they're now all operational. But this is, in terms of technology and testing it, it's been huge, but it doesn't tell us a lot about how we're going to build this at scale, because we've got to think about progressing on to the next wave, but how are we going to use 30, 40, 50, not simply 6 of them. And we really need to get those scale economies to be successful. So we need to think about ports that are nearer to the location where these are going to be assembled. The question of how do you assemble a large number in rapid succession. We're going to need to deliver, for 1 gigawatt a year, approximately one a week. So this is just a very different way of thinking. So we need to address those issues, and that's really sort of at the heart of what we're going to see the next phase of projects in the UK sort of trying to test. So yeah, I just sort of leave that there and say thank you very much, and hope it's useful.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Mandy, Chief Sustainability Officer and spokesperson of TCI Corporate Limited. Today, I'm delighted to be invited here to share with you how our company built a robust green infrastructure from inside out. So our group's focus is on the medicine and biomedicine field. So you can see from the chart, now in our group, we have 6 companies under our group. TCI is the parent company. We focus on OEM and manufacturing of supplements and health supplements. And for our medical equipment, we have gene test equipment. We also have the packaging company, and we also have a company that produce pet food. And we have about 1,000 employees. And we have operations in 63 countries. We have manufacturing base in Taiwan, in China, Shanghai, and in the United States. So our operation spans internationally. Last year, our revenue was 8.58 billion NT dollars, and our net profit after tax is 1.61 billion NT dollars. So of course, your company has to be healthy. in order to build a robust green infrastructure inside out. And we focus a lot on the R&D, and we also have a lot of patent applications, 903 patent applications. And so we have a great number of trademark applications. And we also have different dosage forms and different packages. And this is also closely related on how we develop our green products. Here, we would like to share with you that we have long-term climate goal. And this year, we already claim openly that we're going to respond to the goal, 1.5 Celsius goal of the Paris Agreement. And we want to achieve net zero in 2040, and in 2030 we're going to use renewable energy 100%, and we want to achieve zero waste at our production site, and we want to reduce our water usage intensity by 25%. So these are the important goals regarding the sustainability efforts, and this is the goals that we've been actively communicating with our companies. These are the international initiatives we have participated and some of the international certificates. At the bottom of the slide, you can see some of the SDG goals that we focus on. The reason why I'm sharing this slide with you is because now we are using the external standards to examine our progress internally and to see how our internal policy, where we stand, and compare to the external standards. So this is very important to be aligned with these different standards. And that is why in 2008, we are the first company join RE100. And for RE100, the goal is for participating companies to use renewable energy 100%. And we want to achieve that goal in 2030. Now you can see that starting from green building, and that includes our factory establishment. When we build our factory, we want to consider green energy, and we also want to enhance our energy efficiency, including when we want to upgrade our equipment, we want to consider energy efficiency. So these efforts will help us to achieve our goal of using 100% renewable energy. And also we have the PPA and how we established renewable power plants. So these are our goals. So when we talk about green infrastructure, we not only talk about energy efficiency, we also want to reduce the waste, especially when we have the quick consuming products. We see a lot of food waste issues. So that is why we want to achieve 100% circulation. On the slide, you can see this is the quinoa rice, and the shell of the quinoa rice can also be used to produce products, and the shell can be put into the food, and so that we can make it healthy food, and we can also utilize the waste or after extracting the essence of the crop, we can have fertilizer. And so every year we can reduce the waste of 1,500 tons. We can reduce 1,500 tons of waste because we use the byproducts of the quinoa rice effectively. And we also want to make the best use of the crops. And this is the approach we achieve our 100% circulation. So here I would like to share with you that how we build our green infrastructure. First of all, we're going to identify the green business opportunities in the international market. And so marketing, R&D, our supply chain, we have different projects and the policies to help us to seize the green opportunities and to increase our competitive edge for the long run. We also evaluate our goals. We want to make sure that the contribution equals to compensation. And for us, our compensation is 10%, meaning that the ESG goal, if the ESG goal can be achieved, then the executives will have 10% positive or minus bonus. So the bonus they're going to have will be closely related to how the ESG goal will be achieved. And we also develop and research the environmental friendly package. And for collagen, we want to make sure that we can generate collagen by using synthesis because we want to make sure that the sustainability of the ocean can be achieved. So we still need collagen, so we can have the synthesis products without using the resources from the nature. And we know that there are a lot of ISO standards, and the standards are there for companies to review their own structure to see how companies can further improve themselves. I'm sure you're very familiar with this approach. And for us, we are actively introduce the automatic carbon management and other approaches so that we can further upgrade ourselves. And for green marketing, we know that zero carbon exhibition or low carbon emission travel. So this is going to be helpful to reduce carbon emission, and we also have corresponding approaches to achieve that. We also work together with our partners upstream. We ask our supply chain to submit their carbon reduction goal, and this is something that we are working actively with our supply chain partners. So in conclusion, to identify the opportunities in the green area and also to establish the corresponding policies and how we can evaluate the effectiveness. Since these are the approaches I would like to share with you, and I also share some of more information with you that for green business opportunities is something that inevitable, and because for companies we need to march on towards the goal of carbon reduction. So on the left hand side you can see the net zero carbon emission report. So no matter for raw materials or end products, we can see scope 3. This is where the carbon emission is coming from. And for raw material, only cement industry is in scope 3. And for other industries, scope 3 is the key. So no matter if manufacturers or for raw material supply, so scope 3 will be the focus. So we want to reduce carbon emission, and we want to seize business opportunities in this regard. And on the right-hand side, you can see the net zero report from McKinsey in 2050. Global enterprises, in terms of reduce energy consumption and the green energy investment, the amount will come to $9.2 trillion US dollars, and it will increase very drastically every year. So, in summary, the greener you are, the more profit you are going to have. So in terms of green energy or green and business opportunities, on the right-hand side, you can see the survey from Euromonitor. So the content in a blue circle, they are related to sustainability. So for consumers, they are willing to pay more. So more than 10% of the consumers are willing to pay more for products that are greener. And some you can also, the number here, some even achieve 25%. So 80% of the enterprises are developing sustainable products. For policy making, we suggest that we can look at the framework from TCFD and using this framework to identify the risk and opportunities a company can have. On the right-hand side, you can see the chart that every year, using TCFD framework, so 32% every year, we can see the growth rate of 32%. More and more companies are referring to TCFD framework. So if you can use that framework, it will be helpful in analyzing your finance, and using this framework will be more comprehensive when you're analyzing relevant topics. From the government's perspective, no matter it's members of the board of directors, board members will have the expertise. So the companies will have to invest more in terms of training. So including the board of directors and the managers. And like I said, for our company, we already apply the approach of compensation equals to contribution. And for the company itself, we will also have to set up different ESG index by participating CDP or other international initiatives, or for example CSA questionnaire from Standard & Poor's. We can utilize the resources from third party and to give ourselves a checklist, just like a health check. And the third party can provide a checklist, and so that we know where we stand, and to supplement the shortages we have. So these are the key indices for your reference. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be invited by the organizer to talk about CPC's transformation journey, building CPC's green DNA, opening a sustainable new chapter. Well, with the support of all stakeholders, we have experienced 76 years of operations. So we are 76 years old this year. And we have always adhered to the belief ESG, environmental friendly, sustainable, and corporate governance. These are very important values to CPC Corporation Taiwan. So these are the driving forces for CPC Corporation Taiwan for the past 76 years. Looking forward, we will continue to deliver our promises to our stakeholders and make or create a net zero future for generations to come. As we move toward net zero, the new era, CPC Corporation Taiwan is indeed a big company, so we need to be in line with the international trends, international community. So we share many beliefs. So we also emphasize the importance of reduced carbon emissions and reduce energy consumption. We have 17,000 employees within our company, and we are moving toward the common goals. The National Development Council also announced similar goals of the net zero transition and net zero goal for the country. Those are the similar goals. So we all want to reduce carbon emissions, and we all want to reduce energy consumption. We all want to build a green DNA for ourselves. So this slide shows you the agenda I'm going to cover. I'll first give you a brief introduction, and then I'll move on to the green energy DNA, R&D, innovation, and planning. And then I'll talk about the CPC carbon action. So for CPC Corporation Taiwan, we have a very complete business scope covering the import, export, and manufacturing, encompassing the crude oil and imported oil and refinery and transportation and storage of oil, and also the applications. The important thing is we need to maintain a resilience within our company. Many of our facilities are state-owned facilities. We have a natural gas plant. We always make sure that there's a steady and stable supply of energy for our country. We need to make sure that energy security within our company. Without energy security, we will not have a national security. For the year 2022, we have seen the conflict or war between Russia and Ukraine, and we are once again reminded of the importance of energy security. So in the future, as we move toward the goal of net zero by 2050, I think energy is a very important issue or challenge for all of us. So for us, we need to consider what we should do for the crude oil exploration and imports of energy, and also product refinery and transportation and storage. We have achieved a certain economy of scale, and we have mature technology within CPC Corporation. So with the preconditions, we need to incorporate more 5G technologies and AIoT technologies to help us to make the successful transition to digitalization and energy transformation, and ultimately achieve the goal of net zero emissions. So this slide shows you what CPC does. As you can see, we cover from the very beginning to the very end of the oil application. So within this structure, we also face the challenges coming from the change of a climate. As a petrochemical company and oil producer, we need to face and try to overcome those challenges. So faced with these global issues, global challenges, the net zero challenge and the emergence of e-vehicles and the trash or waste in the ocean, and also the droughts and floods around the world. So these are the environmental challenges all of us face, not just our country, but our company. So once again, we need to move toward the goal of net zero by 2050 and reduce carbon emissions and reduce energy consumption in order to overcome those challenges. Before I dig deep into the issues, let me introduce the organization of the CPC. As you can see, actually our company was founded in 2006. We set up a special committee in 2006, and in January 2021, we further founded the Climate Change Response Task Force. Originally, we call it the Carbon Neutral Task Force, and that was in response to the policy made by the EPA in Taiwan. The government actually enacted a designated law for the response measures related to climate change. So our company also set up this task force of climate change response team in line with the government's policy. We need to neutralize the carbon, and we need to reduce carbon emissions. And also, during the manufacturing process, we want to ensure there's a high energy efficiency and reduce energy consumption. So as you can see, within this task force, we have 3 centers. One is Carbon Negative Technology Promotion Center. The other is Low Carbon Energy Development Center. And the last one is Manufacturing Process Energy Consumption Reduction Center. So this task force have the general manager as the leader of the whole team, which means that we have the commitment and support from the highest level of the company, and we're trying to integrate all resources we have to accelerate the transformation or transition process for the company. I always tell my colleagues, either you transform or you die. So it's inevitable, and it is very essential for our survival. Moving on to the second part of my presentation, the Green DNA Innovative R&D. So I myself also am involved with many R&D programs, and through R&D and innovation, all members in our company have embedded green DNA in us. And with that, we're able to create high quality, innovative, green materials. We hope that we can reduce the harm to the earth. And we are developing clean power energy. So that's the most important goal for our innovative initiatives and R&D initiatives. So the 3 major directions for our company is to optimize the quality of oil and reduce carbon emissions, and also make our energies cleaner. So clean energy, lower carbon emission, and quality oil be the 3 major directions for the company. For CPC, our company, R&D is indeed very important. Innovation is also very important. Transformation or die, that's what we always say within our company. So based on the circumstances, we, as I mentioned earlier, we need to also introduce 5G and AIoT and some of the most advanced technologies in order to help us to achieve the goals. So we are seeing the applications of 5G, AIoT in the manufacturing process, the production process, and also the retail or transaction or selling process. So we introduce AI technology when we produce our products. And with AI technology, we can optimize the whole manufacturing process. and the energy consumption will be minimized. And then we can reduce the carbon emissions. So 5G, AIoT applications are very important, not just for the energy security, not just for the environmental protection, but for the whole manufacturing process. So 5G, AIoT, in order to promote relevant technologies, we also set up a project office. And this project office will drive the whole company to achieve those goals as a coordinator. And we have seen some actual results actually from this 5G AIoT promotional project office. And in terms of training, we have integrated virtual and physical training to explain to our colleagues what we want to do, what we want to achieve in the future. I mentioned earlier 3 directions about the oil, about the energy, and also the carbon. So at CPC, by the end of next year, we need to achieve the early bird goal. The EPA has announced for big energy consumption companies, we need to make sure that we have a 10% of energy produced by ourselves. So the 10% is a minimum requirement. So which means a 24.4 megawatt of power. So we are moving toward that goal. So right now we're focusing on PV, solar energy, and wind energy, and thermal power to help us achieve the goal. For solar energy, we have 11.4 megawatt. We hope that by 2036, we can achieve a 26 megawatt, and by 2045, we can achieve 35 megawatt for solar energy. But I think we can move it faster, and maybe we can install more solar energy panel on the rooftops, and also, but for the solar panel installed on land, because there are many laws and regulations involved, so we cannot do it as quickly as we want. On our way toward moving toward low carbon emission, actually we have to see the pollution and damage from plastic products and also petrochemical products. So in order to reduce the damage to the planet, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to develop new high quality, environmentally friendly materials, including biomass material. So biodegradable plastic, bioplastic. So this is another goal we want to achieve. So our R&D team have achieved greatly in the area of fatty acid ester and HMF, or hydroxymethylfurfural, and also lactic fermentation technology. So we have a pilot plant, a pilot factory doing all the R&D related to biomass materials. So for biomass materials, I think HMF material is more commonly seen, and we're going to use it to replace PET bottles. PET bottles is something very common. Of course, the organizer today prepare mineral water stored in glass bottles. But wherever you go, when you buy a bottle of water, usually the bottle is made of PET plastic. So PET is the same spelling as pet, dogs and cats. But PET bottles are not environmentally friendly. So we developed this HMF material, bioplastic material, to replace the original PET bottle. We want to reduce the damage, the harm we have done to the environment. So we use biomass material to help us to achieve that. In addition, in terms of the oil, there are several achievements we are very proud of that we want to share with you. As you can see from the slide, the battery material, the lithium battery soft carbon material. In the past, we import crude oil to use it as a fuel for the aviation industry and transportation industry. However, time has changed. Now, or in the future, the oil used in the transportation industry or aviation industry will be reduced. I always tell my co-workers, in the future, if there's a reduced supply of oil, what can we do? Well, we have seen the emergence of electric vehicles. And that is why CPC has also developed our EV-related products. This is a lithium titanate battery. In the past, through the electrolysis process, we're able to produce some oil, to generate some oil. It is similar to fuel oil. But there's a lot of, it's not very pure oil. That is why our R&D center spent 10 years to develop that spent oil, develop the spent oil into the LTO battery material. We know that there are different types of batteries in the market. We noticed that after adding soft carbon into the battery, we'll be able to increase or expand the life cycle of the battery, and we can increase the safety or increase the security of the battery, so there's fewer risks of having the battery explode during operation. So in the future, we no longer use crude oil as fuel for transportation industry, aviation industry, but we will use it to transform the way we use or apply energy. And also for e-bus can also use this kind of a new battery material, or also, another application is DCPD. It's a thermal setting resin. It can be used in 5G high-frequency substrate or wind turbine blades and optical lenses. So these are different applications of high-value materials. It can help us to transform the way we use energy. And by using these high-value materials, we can also increase the added value of the final products. So this will be the core business for CPC in the future. We want the Taiwanese people to cheer for us But in the future, CPC Corporation will cheer for the future of Taiwanese people. And another new development is a hydrogen refueling station. We hope that we can have the first hydrogen refueling station next year, and then we can increase the number of hydrogen refueling stations around the island. Of course, we want to achieve the certain volume. Once we have achieved a volume, we will start the SMR. And SMR plus CCU will be able to reuse some of the material. And in the long term, we want to be able to create green hydrogen. And we want to import and export green hydrogen in the future. So moving on to CPC's carbon action. It's very simply put, it's a CCUS, carbon capture and reuse. Can be turned into methanol or other materials. So we have a pilot product. We would capture 6 tons of carbon dioxide and try to convert it into usable materials. So here you can see the manufacturing process. We hydrogen gas from refineries, and we get exhaust air from plants. And through the pilot plant, we can convert CO2 into a methanol. That's the final product. So we have the whole system converting CO2 into methanol. And another direction is carbon footprint. We want to be able to quantify greenhouse gas emissions from all stages of the product. And we need to have a carbon footprint verification, or CFV, of petrochemical products and paint and solutions in Greece. And so the first stage in 2022, we want to have pilot programs for petrochemical and solution and lubricant products. And 2 years from now, from 2022 to 2024, all products will complete this carbon verification process. So CFV completed by refinery, petrochemical, and natural gas BUs. And also, we want to import carbon neutral products. As you can see, for LNG, through the importation of LNG, we reduced the 419,000 tons of carbon dioxide. And also the importation of ethylene from Marubeni Corporation can also help us to reduce the carbon emissions. Another thing is to organize the carbon neutral gas station. And we have one such a station in Tainan. And we have received passed the certification, a PAS 2060 certification as well. Because time is limited, let me just conclude. Let's work together to achieve the sustainability and net zero and carbon emissions. I would like to let you know that the CPC will always adhere to the quality. In the future, you can also feel that CPC is cheering for the country, cheering for the people. When you come to CPC, our gas stations for quick charge, you can feel the passion we have. Thank you.
I want to thank the organizer, and I want to thank Taitra for inviting me so that I have the opportunity to once again come to Nangang Exhibition Hall to share with you. We heard the talk from Ms. Huang from TCI and Chairman Li from CPC. We see bright future of Taiwan. A lot of the work has been done and having good progress. Today I'm here to share with you that we know that climate change will have a great impact to the mankind globally. The first priority is to stabilize our planet Earth. So the title I'm going to share with you is To Save the Planet Earth. The abnormal climate is because of the CO2. We know CO2 doesn't have any smell. It just, if you have too much of CO2, you'll have to find a way to process it. And the CO2 has been accumulating for hundreds of years, and it's more than natural that it's been extracted. And we know that because of the increase of CO2, the temperature of the planet increases. In order to solve the problem, I think it's easy to solve the problem. I think the solution is to make CO2 a resource. If CO2 is a resource, I believe companies like CTI will invest in it, and other companies will invest in it, and will make it part of the circular economy. If we can turn the waste into resources, somebody will pick it up. So today, I'm going to share with you how we can make CO2 a resource. And once we can make CO2 resource, we can change the structure of the industry. By making CO2 a resource, we can bring new opportunities. But the critical point here is that we have to save the planet Earth so that we can save the mankind. I'm going to retire in a few months. So what am I going to do after I retire? We have to save the planet Earth. We have to save the whole mankind. We heard from Ms. Huang. She mentioned a lot about ESG. And I think the most important thing about ESG should focus and just to remove that E. And when we talk about S, it's not about picking the garbage at the beach. I agree with what Ms. Huang said. If the company makes money, the money has to go to the pocket of the employees, not go straight to the pocket of the business owner. For example, if the price of the resource go up, not only the business owner profit from it. If the company makes profit, the profit has to also go to the employees, because when a company makes money, sometimes it will create pollution, and we need to make sure that the pollution is being handled. A lot of companies are claiming that they are doing ESG. We don't know what the standard is, but I think ESG should be boiled down to one simple measure, which is emission. Especially the companies in Taiwan, there's something that we have to do, which is net zero emission. Because no companies will use their own money from their own pocket to try to make money. So when we talk about carbon neutral, where does the money come from? The money comes from the financial industry. But the financial industry can ask companies who want to borrow money from them, say, if you want to borrow money from us, you have to achieve carbon neutral first. You know, there is a company, a very well-known company. In the construction industry. And for construction company, if it wants to make profits, of course, it needs capital. And when company borrow money from banks, banks can ask the companies to achieve ESG goal. And we understand that most of the Taiwanese enterprises are having OEM styles, and they have to listen to the requirements of the international brand, like Apple. Apple asks TSMC, if you want to sell me products, you have to achieve certain ESG goals. And why do the international brands want to do that? To enhance their corporate image. So the climate change are driving everybody march towards the same goal to reduce carbon emission. So this is something that we have to do. It's not only a slogan. So we see that a lot of companies, a lot of countries are making their commitment to reduce carbon emission in 2022. More than 135 countries and regions have announced their commitment to net zero emissions. So today, let's look at the situation here in Taiwan. At the end of March, we see the index from National Development Council. There are some errors in there if we look at the numbers in there, and this is not what we're going to discuss here today. But we can see here is that there are different ways to reduce carbon emission. We can plant trees to achieve carbon sink, and we can also do it by artificial approaches, using the artificial ways to reduce carbon emission. So we need to reduce 40 million tons of CO2 by artificial ways. So CPC is doing that, but not enough. So we see that a lot of initiatives are being promoted. Carbon tax, carbon insurance. So there are different standards. So who is going to charge for that? Is that going to be Department of Finance, Department of Environmental Protection, Administration? What is the standard of calculating the tax? It's actually, to solve the problem is not that difficult. Normally, we see carbon emission comes, there are direct emission. For example, we see in CPC, there are boilers and there are gas turbines. We know there are different sources of CO2 emissions, and most of them from chimney and from boilers. So the density is about 7% to 15%. And there are direct emissions or indirect emissions, for example, from Thai Power Company. So to reduce carbon emission, we can tackle these two resources, direct emission and indirect emissions. So in the future, if we want to charge tax, so you can calculate the energy consumption and times the factors. And I'm sure the CPC has its way to calculate it. And so how do we charge tax, the carbon tax? So for direct discharge, we see that, of course, there are chimney, there are boilers, and there will be the emission will come from fuels. There are different types of fuel, and different fuels have different discharge factors. So I think To check carbon footprint verification, it's actually pretty simple. If you can start this way, it's not that complicated. You can just divide them from direct emission and indirect emission. And of course, the country wants to boost its economic development, and we have to focus on big company like Thai Power Company. Now the factor is about 0.5. If we can reduce that factor to 0.1, we're going to be the number one, right? We have no matter it's TSMC or for individual companies, if you're asking individual companies to reduce carbon emission, that's not going. It's the carbon emission reduced can never be compared with the carbon emission reduced by Thai Power Company. So we have to focus on the big player. If you have to try to make the CO2 emitted, to make it a resource. If you can turn CO2 into a kind of resource, it's going to solve the problem. So here we see the key here. So for Thai Power Company, the top priority is not only provide a stable power supply, but also to have a low carbon emission factor. So the central government needs to put that into consideration. I know this session is recorded, so it's not appropriate for me to criticize too much. So we know that the big emitter is Thai Power Company. We know that the fuel, after you burn the fuel in the boiler, and a lot of the CO2 will discharge to the air from there. So there's so much CO2. We have to do the CCUS. That is the main topic we're going to touch upon today. I've been using this illustration many times. From here, you can see how we can achieve CCUS. You can see from here, you can learn from the nature. We learn from our ancestors who are a lot smarter than us. It's very clear here. We plant trees. Why? The root will absorb water into the leaves, and the leaves will absorb CO2, and the chlorophyll will have the photosynthesis and create oxygen. Of course, the plant trees will continue to grow, and maybe the leaves will fall off, the trunks, the branches will fall off. And so the trees absorb and use the energy from the sun and to continue to grow. So we're using the energy. It's true that when we burn the branches, CO2 will be emitted to the air, but the CO2 in the air will be once again absorbed by the plants. So this is a very good way of CO2 circulation. So if we cut down the tree to build houses, where is the building material coming from? It's coming from CO2. So you capture the CO2 in the air in here, in the house, meaning that it's very clear if we want to make CO2 a resource, How do we fix CO2? We know that the CPC is sealing the CO2, bury that under the sea. What if it explodes? The ideal way is to make it a resource, but we know that if we use the natural way, it's going to be too late, and we have limited land resources. So we also have to adopt artificial photosynthesis. And we know that the academia members won the position in the academia. And it's simple. We also use renewable energy, solar PV or wind power, and the electricity coming from the new renewable energy and the hydrogen can be produced by electrolysis. Zero CO2 emission in the process. And then the hydrogen combined with the CO2 from the chimney. There are a lot of different chemicals. We have the methane, for example, and this is a source of fuel, like we saw the. Maybe we can just, for example, barbecue. We burn those fuel, and if it's other types of fossil fuel, they are the fixed solid fuel. And of course, the petrochemical industry will be there because it produces products required by us. But in the future, these materials we use, originally it's from the petrochemical industry, but in the future we can make these materials coming from CO2. And the key here is, number one, you have to have renewable energy resource. And we heard from Chairman Lee, hydrogen. And the hydrogen has to be green hydrogen. Because no matter it's green energy, green hydrogen or blue hydrogen or gray hydrogen, there will be a CO2. This is, but the ideal way is to coming from the example I put here. And the key here is that we have to produce green hydrogen. Today, if we want to reduce carbon emission, we want to achieve net zero, we have to use green hydrogen. We have to use artificial chlorophyll. So how CO2 reacts with the hydrogen? Because CO2 is very stable. To make it reactive, we have to make it very hot. And to increase the temperature, the CO2, it will result in CO2 emission. So catalyst is the key here. We have to find a low temperature catalyst. So the solution here is hydrogen. We know, this is President Biden. The US just passed this IRA. And one thing very important about this bill is here. Inflation Reduction Act. So for every kilogram of electrolyzes water, it can obtain subsidy of $3. So by using this way, it can combine and to obtain different chemicals. We know that global companies. We see there are also different places. Solar PV farms are being established in different continents, and the land is the key. Remote areas, not a lot of population. These are the ideal places for solar PV farms. So we see the establishment in different continents. So international companies are building these solar PV farms in these remote areas in different continents. So why do they do that? They use the electricity produced by the solar PV farm and to do hydrolysis water, and so that they can produce hydrogen. So we can see this is some of the African leaders. They see that the hydrogen can be the future opportunities for them. We also see different countries are having initiatives to have the CO2 transport ship. Or we know that the cost to transport hydrogen by ship, the cost is very high. If we transport, it's going to a lot higher than LNG. It's 5 times higher. And to transport hydrogen, the cost is even higher than transporting CO2. Hydrogen is very important, but now it is difficult to transport hydrogen, and it combines with the combines with the CO2 to have methane, and also to have different reactions to have ammonia, and to transport methane and to transport ammonia is a lot cheaper. So that is the key. We see a lot of the countries are building CO2 transport ship, not hydrogen transport ship. And we know that some companies are making profits by building ships like this. So today, to tackle climate change issues, we cannot only work alone. This is a global issue. One thing very important is that we have to use global resources to tackle the problem of climate change. Do we have hydrogen? It will depend on the policy. Do we have hydrogen in Taiwan? It really depends on the future policy from the government. But you cannot say that we don't try to make carbon neutral until 2050. It will be too late. So today, what we need to do is try to make CO2. We have to collect CO2, transport CO2 overseas, and to process CO2 to make it methane and other types of fuel, and have these fossil fuels back. So we have the technology to electrolyze the water and to have different chemicals. So here we can use only 185 degrees. And we can have these different fuels. So here we see in the future, the clothes we wear, and the shoes we wear, if we can have this successful approach, a lot of the products we use can come from CO2. So before the CO2 reach the atmosphere, we capture it, and by using these chemical process, we can turn CO2 into different fuels. So if we can make CO2 a resource, everybody will fight to get more CO2. So we welcome you to visit the related exhibitions. And this technology is not only limited to my university. We already have transferred this technology to Formosa, and we actually, this is the technology from Audi. Our technology is even more advanced. And we can discuss more in the Q&A session. This is the last slide I have. As conclusion, in the future, Bill Gates said, countries capable of building successful zero-carbon companies and zero-carbon industries will lead the global economy for decades to come. Our Vice President Lai, when he came to our university to deliver a talk, he said, Taiwan needs to seize this opportunity. We can make this CO2 because everybody has to play a part in saving this planet. Thank you.
I understand that our speakers wanted to have more time for their presentations. Actually, the last speaker, Professor Chen, actually is the godfather in the field of chemical engineering and green engineering. And also, according to a report, by 2030, the solar energy and also the cost of solar energy and the cost of a lithium battery used for electric vehicles, the cost will be reduced by 10%. So 10 years from now, if we are doing using the same way to do things, then our competitiveness will be greatly reduced. So again, we're very happy to have the 3 speakers from Taiwan to share their experience from different industries or even the academia to share with us how to build a robust green infrastructure from the inside out. So first, I would like to ask the first speaker, Mandy Huang, Chief Sustainability Officer. Even though you talked about the food supplements during your presentation, but I understand that your company is one of the first companies in Taiwan to join the RE100 pledge. And your company also has some innovative way to save energy and reduce the carbon emissions. So my question for you is, how do you balance the profitability and the RE100 pledge? Well, thank you for the question. Actually, for TCI, for our culture, we keep a more open-minded mindset, and we take a long-term perspective for our future, for the development of the company. So usually we have 10-year plans for the company. So the core concept is the future ongoing plan, which means that we need to plan something that we will be doing in the future. And as I mentioned earlier, our plans are always often 10-year plans. We would envision what the industry will look like 10 years from now. So if you use the time frame, a long enough time frame, you will take into consideration of all the different factors. So starting from 2018, we started to work with the factory, the carbon neutrality with factory. So every year we will neutralize the carbon emissions. And also we have done the verification of the carbon footprint. And we also participated in some of the international organizations, for example, the SBI, the scientific-based carbon emission reductions. So we have invested a lot in these different fields. And also for the Scope 3 products, by 2030, we are going to reduce the carbon emissions by 15%. However, we still need to use the same raw materials. It's very difficult for us to achieve the goal. So we started to do more on R&D. We want to innovate the technologies. We want to transform the technologies in order to help us to reduce carbon emissions. And one of the unique technology for food supplements is for the formula of the supplements, we would use some active ingredient and some advanced technology to make it more quickly absorbed by the human body, sometimes 2 times faster for the human body to absorb. So to achieve the same effect, we only need to use a smaller amount of the raw material. And this is how we can reduce the usage of raw material and reduce the carbon emissions. So the final products will have fewer carbon emissions and also will reduce the carbon emissions during the transportation process. So we believe that with innovative technologies and with the long-term perspective in mind, we'll be able to achieve the goal. Oh, thank you, Mandy. I believe a lot of actions need to begin at the R&D phase. So you need to start to think about all the solutions very early on. So for CPC, you're a big emitter. You must face many pressures, and we're very happy to have you here. We understand that CPC does have a lot of pressure. How do you strike a balance between profitability and carbon emissions reduction goal? Let me put it this way. Even though we're a big emitter, but we are not the largest emitters. And last year it was 7.69 million tons. And actually, over the year, we have cut the carbon emissions by 1/3 over the years. And for the next 5 years, we will use a different 5-year program and different projects. Actually, we have invested 5 billion NT dollars. We're going to cut the emissions even further. And for 5 years from now, we're going to reduce the amount of carbon emissions to 5.8 million tons. For me, personally, I think cost is a very important issue. Well, we want to develop a green technology, a green energy. The technology is also very important. Right now, we're using the technologies we have. We may not be the first one, but we're definitely one of the first to try. And CPC, as a state-owned company, we are playing a leading role in the industry, and we hope that we can help the whole industry in Taiwan to achieve the net zero by 2050 goal. Even though we have many cost considerations, but once we have tackled that and we move on to the innovative technologies, once we have the mature technologies, we will be able to enjoy very strong competitive edge. And in the future, we definitely see CPC as a more competitive company. I understand the Commonwealth magazine once said that from compliance to competitiveness. That is what Commonwealth magazine once made an article about the energy transformation. Yeah, we understand that CPC is one of the first companies to started to work on ESG within the company. So the Commonwealth magazine also conduct annual reports on the ESG performances in Taiwan. Yes, indeed. In the past, we focused on the compliance aspect, but now I see more and more companies focusing on the competitiveness aspect. Moving on to another speaker, Professor Chen. Professor Chen is a very generous speaker. He's always very willing to share his experience and many successful cases with the audience. So could you tell us about your collaboration with the industry? So, what are the challenges? And what are the complaints about working with the industry? Allow me to spend some time to share with you. I think sometimes we feel very helpless. I think we started to develop the plant more than 10 years ago. But we can see that the domestic market is always very limited, because in Taiwan, we use the liberal economy, the free economy. As long as you have money, you'll be able to buy the technology you need. CPC and for most plastics, they want to buy beef noodles they want to eat. They don't spend money on R&D. But CPC just said that they spend money on R&D. So I think most companies only have money or profitability in mind. You asked me about my collaboration with the industry. Of course, yes, I'm working with some of the business leaders. However, right now we're talking about the net zero and net zero challenge. This is also very closely related to the energy. As I mentioned earlier, the war between Russia and Ukraine got everyone think about our energy security. And CPC has a lot of money on the energy supply. And over the years, the government lost a lot of money trying to provide stable energy within the country. As we can see in Europe, Germany, and other countries used to have talks with Taiwan. We know that Germany is the most developed country in terms of green energies and renewable energy, from power to gas to power. So we do have those advanced technologies. It's just that whether or not we have a better or superior technologies compared to other countries. So Germany is working on having more exchanges with Taiwan. They want to use CO2 and renewable energy to have a more artificial renewable energies. So for a country, you can go without ethane or propane, but you cannot go without power. So that's why I tell CPC, you need to develop LPG. Germany provides very good learning experience. We all know that Europe is very developed in terms of their industries. However, Europe also has many very strong green groups or green organizations. So they have a synthesis, natural gas. They are not trying to dig from under the ground. Another thing is we are fully aware that the other side of the Taiwan Strait will send military crafts to across the strait. So So Taiwan has nothing to offer but CO2. We have a lot of CO2. So maybe we can use the CO2 as a resource and try to use the CO2 to save Taiwan from the military threats from the other side of the strait. You don't need to import all the resources or energies. You can just transform CO2 into business opportunities. Another example is related to Finland. Finland is going to have a video conference with us. They have vessels because right now EU is requiring their vessels not to burn coal or fuel. They need to use natural gas. So they're also thinking about using artificial manually synthesis natural gas. Another example is Audi. They also use the synthesis natural gas, the e-fuel, which derived from CO2. It did not come from the underground. So vessels, the aviation vehicles, and transportation vehicles, you can no longer use those with large carbon emissions. You need to think about new fuel options, and you need to think about a circular economy. So right now, at present, we are seeing examples from Finland, Germany, and other countries. Another example is with a company, a Japanese company with a name starting with M. Another CO2 initiative is related to ethane. The ethylene has many applications. Actually, use more ethylene than ethane. This M, the company that names it starts with the M, also has a very successful cases. And next week, they're going to come to Taiwan to talk to us about those different options. So I think international exchanges are very important. I have a lot to offer and I want to contribute. However, the government doesn't want me. Maybe one day we'll be reunified with with China, so maybe I can contribute then. So you have heard, you can contact Commonwealth Magazine and we can put you through Professor Chen because he's like a treasure trove when it comes to renewable energies and new energies in Taiwan. We only have a limited time, so I just open the floor.
So in recent years, we see a low carbon transition. In the process of transition, are there any difficulties internally? For example, we need to have our employees to work overtime or to have the garbage and classification. These challenges seem to be simple, but sometimes it's very practical difficulties. So maybe we can ask Chairman Lee to answer that question first. Thank you for your question. So this year, we say this year is the net zero, first year for net zero for CPC, despite the fact that we already promote net zero for 3 years. We have our task force and we adjusted the corporation. And we have the rolling adjustment and to adopt different opinions. So far, we have achieved high consensus, including our internal system. The executives' initiatives have received great support. So there is it's not a controversial issues, but there are a lot of details. I cannot really explain everything, but in terms of the overall direction, we know that our employees and their organization They have their strong opinions in many different topics. However, in terms of carbon reduction, they're in line with the executives, and we're a big company, so the top executives need to demonstrate their policy, their decision-making process, and to make sure that there are details how to execute their policies, and so that they can gain the support from the employees. Actually, I also express my opinions in the talk show in Taiwan, and we put the policies, our opinions in our website. So we have high level of consensus internally. Yes, probably the union supports your decision, and maybe they even ask the executives to accelerate the process of carbon reduction. Yes, I believe, of course, your employees, not only CPC, but your employees also have strong opinion. Yes, it's true. Our employees are coming from 17 different countries, and in terms of their age, we have the young generation, and we also have the employees in their 30s and 40s. So in our company, we continue to communicate with everyone. Every month now, we share with our employees about our ESG strategy, including the international trend. We also share with our employees. We also thank the audience here wants to know some more details. For example, every day we provide the dinner to our employees. We already start our carbon reduction process. Starting from the dinner we provide to our employees, including we reduce the materials used in the package, and where the food come from, we carefully choose our food supplier. And for our employees, when they're traveling for business, we also try to choose the transportation which is has less carbon emission. And sometimes the employees do not understand why we're doing this. And when we're in the transition process, diversity of our employees is very important. So if we have diverse background of our employees, it will be easier for us to promote the low carbon emission. And inclusion is one of our corporate philosophy. We want to include people from who are having different backgrounds, who have different opinions. So I think it's going to be very helpful. Yes, and in your diversity is in your corporate DNA. And Professor Chen, you mentioned that the CCUS ratio is more than 90%. And what is the possibility to scale it? It's actually 98%. So this is a TSMC case. Okay, so you already scale it in the industry. True. And the equipment is actually simpler. And the result is 98%. So there is no problem to scale it. And the equipment in the Annan area, our capture rate is 100%. No, I'm sorry. All the equipment is made in Taiwan. So we can provide it for free. We use this equipment to save Taiwan. No problem. And we can scale it. Due to the interest of time, I will please ask the panelists to use 1 or 2 minutes to share with you what companies can do if they want to reduce carbon emission. Well, I think the most important thing is to have high level of commitment. And the their decision-making process is very important. Once they make the decision by the executives, they have to integrate the resources internally, because the top executives, they are the one who can integrate the resources from different areas. Because we have different centers, for example, take my company, for example, we have different groups, and we can organize and distribute the resources. And we also, the top executives, they also have to raise the an execution plan. And also by the support of the board of directors, we believe that the top-down approach will make sure that every employee in our company will have that the net zero goal in mind. Yes, we will see. What about Mandy? I can also use a quote Bill Gates. He said, green premium, the concept of green premium, and I can give you the suggestion that when a company is trying to achieve net zero, we have to consider the cost of that. And every company will face the issue of green pricing, including our own products. We also have the issue of green pricing. So we have to understand our customers, what is their appetite for green pricing, how acceptable they are, and if it's higher than what the customer can accept. So we also have to consider what our financial resilience is. So we have to review that regularly. It will be helpful for the competitiveness for the company. Thank you. What about Professor Chen? And maybe you can just leave your cell phone number to the audience, so people can ask you directly. I think action is the most important thing. So where is Taiwan's strength? The strength actually lies in private sector. And for government, it collects taxes and they distribute that into different places. Because for a carbon issue, it's a global issue. So taking action is the key. If you don't take action, you'll be eliminated. If you do not take actions, for example, if you're working together with international brands and the international brands are asking you to align with their carbon emission policy, if you don't do it, you will be eliminated from their supply chain. So taking action is the key. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the session today. We thank our panelists today.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Very soon, we have come to the last session of the day, and our question for our three speakers is, how do we make sure that we have a stable green production chain? 那最后呢，我们这个场次要聚焦的主题是如何分散用电风险来稳定绿色生产链. And to answer this question, we'd like to firstly invite our speaker from Air Liquide Far Eastern. 那首先呢，我们有请这个场次的第一位讲师亚东工业气体总裁。Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Olivier Letassier, President of Air Liquide Far Eastern.
Thank you. Just getting comfortable. Good afternoon. I'm here to kick off this session. It's a pleasure to be with you today. So my name is Olivier. I'm the Managing Director and President of Air Liquide Far Eastern, which is a subsidiary of Air Liquide. So I'm here to talk about sustainability and more in particular about hydrogen. But before we do this, just to give you a highlight of what Air Liquide is and especially who we are in Taiwan. Air Liquide is a 23 billion euro company, worldwide company, based in more than, headquarters is in Paris, but we are in 70 different countries. We were founded in 1902, so 120 years ago, and based on the production of oxygen and nitrogen by separating air. And the first application of this was to weld. Quickly, we expanded geographically, so we went to Asia. Japan was 1907, and also in different markets and applications, space. And if you fast forward to mid-1980s, we moved into electronics. And of course, coming to Taiwan was a must if you want to be in the electronic business. And we founded Air Liquide Far Eastern, a joint venture between Air Liquide and the Far Eastern Group in 1987. Fast forward again to today, Air Liquide in Taiwan, it's more than 40 plants. The period 2020 to 2022, we invested 15 billion of new Taiwanese dollars. And for those who follow Air Liquide news, yesterday we actually had a press release for investments we are making in Taiwan to the tune of 500 million euros was announced yesterday. So a lot of activities, a lot of growth to support Taiwan market. The lion's share of it is, of course, in semiconductor, but not only. We also support other markets, healthcare, home care, hospital care, as well as other typical industries of Air Liquide. So this is for Air Liquide. Now, we're here to talk about sustainability. Air Liquide is the world leader and expert in what we call the essential small molecules. They're essential to life, matter, and energy. This could be oxygen, nitrogen, CO2, hydrogen. I'll be talking a lot about hydrogen in the coming slides. So to introduce the matter, nothing is better than a video, so I'll leave you to it. So this was an introduction to what I'll show a little later in the presentation. So for some of you, hydrogen may still be very theoretical. I can tell you I moved to Taiwan a year ago, and I'm impressed by how quickly Taiwan is able to catch up, because over the last 18 months, so many requests, questions from industries, the officials also, to try to understand how hydrogen could play a role in the Taiwanese economy and environment. For Air Liquide, hydrogen is a reality. It has been for the last 40 years in very different applications. For myself, I moved to Taiwan a year ago, but I can tell you in my previous job, I was driving a hydrogen car for 4 years. So I can share some first-hand experience about it. It is a reality in some countries, and I'm pretty sure it will be in Taiwan before too long. So hydrogen is going to be part of the energy transition that we see. It's not going to be the silver bullet. We know this already. However, we are sure that it is going to play a major role in the energy transition, going from what was a very CO2 intensive production of energy with fossil fuels, going into what we believe tomorrow will be much lower CO2, much more renewable. And some of the presentation after mine will also be talking about these topics. We see hydrogen will have multiple opportunities to play a role, either as energy storage, to provide energy, also as it has been for the last many years, as a chemical that they use in industry. Air liquide is, so now we talk about carbon neutrality, it's a common theme. Air Liquide actually was the first industrial gas company to pledge carbon neutrality by 2050, with several steps along the way, reducing carbon intensity, reducing overall emission, to eventually getting to carbon neutrality. How are we going to do this? I'll show you some examples. Again, going back to hydrogen, one of the beauties of hydrogen, it's fairly easy to make. So it's, even if it's a renewable energy, renewable hydrogen, we know today we have the technology, the capabilities to produce hydrogen without CO2 emission. So the question is, how do we make it cost competitive? And this is going to take us some time, and we'll discuss this a little later. Hydrogen can easily be transported over long distances, and we already have proof of concept of large quantities. It can be stored for an extensive period of time. Air Liquide is the first company to have the largest hydrogen storage underground in a saline storage. And we can show you some examples, also practical existing examples of applications of hydrogen, either for source of power for mobility or also in the industry. A brief reminder, if needed, for people about how we produce hydrogen. Today, the lion's share of hydrogen production is through what we call fossil cracking methods, either steam methane reforming of methane or methanol. This is 95+% of the hydrogen that is produced today. However, combined with carbon capture and sequestration, or supplied with biomethane, you can produce hydrogen with a lower carbon content. In parallel, of course, we have, for the last 20 years or so, worked extensively on developing electrolyzer technology, which uses renewable, I mean, you could use any sort of electricity, but we want to use renewable energy, fed into an electrolyzer to produce hydrogen and oxygen. And with this, you can get green hydrogen. Now, just a rule of thumb, with 5 kilowatt-hour of energy, 1 liter of water, you can produce 1 cubic meter of hydrogen and half a cubic meter of oxygen at the highest purity. And shortly after, I'll show you an example in the semiconductor industry where the need for purity is the highest. One rule of thumb, again, is 1 megawatt of power is 200 cubic meter of an hour of hydrogen. As I mentioned, Air Liquide has been in hydrogen for many years, more or close to 40. At that time, 40 years ago, the lion's share of the hydrogen was used in hydrogen desulfurization. This is to produce gasoline, which has a lower sulfur content. It has been developed and expanded and generalized over the last 30 years, so that the sulfur content in the gasoline that you put in your car is lower and lower. With this, we moved to electrolyzer technology, providing a smaller system and make it cost competitive for our customers. 50 to 100 cubic meters an hour was typical the scale. But over the last 10 years, I would say, we really worked at scaling up and reducing costs by looking at different technology, mostly proton exchange membrane. And here's the path forward. Some of it I'll explain in the next slide. Some of it is still in work in progress to really scale up to, we're talking about 100 megawatt, 200 megawatts of units, which will bring the cost of hydrogen, renewable hydrogen, to be very competitive. I just want to stop on 4 examples here, because all these are what we call at Air Liquide first of a kind. They're actually first in the world in terms of sizes and technology. So on the top left corner is a proton exchange membrane, 20 megawatt, that was installed and started up in Canada using hydropower to feed an electrolyzer and produce hydrogen. The bottom left is one of the latest projects that we signed, so it's a much larger, it's 10 times the size of the one in Canada, 200 megawatts. And here the idea is to go away from SMR, steam methane reforming hydrogen, to electrolyzer in the River Seine Valley, where there are lots of refineries using hydrogen today. The top right is again first of a kind, largest hydrogen liquefier. The challenge with the hydrogen, once you produce it, you need to be able to transport it. One way to transport it efficiently is to compress it to turn it into a liquid, so it's much higher density and save on energy for transportation. This was started in May of this year. And finally, worth noticing as part of the energy transition to carbon neutrality is project around carbon capture and storage. And here we have a collaboration with BASF and a few other industrial partners around the Antwerp harbor to capture CO2 from an existing CO2 producing facility, liquefy it, and after put it under the ground in the North Sea. Now, I've talked about Air Liquide worldwide. Let's zoom in into what's happening in Taiwan. We don't do things much different. We use technology, innovation, working with our customers to address their needs and propose what we consider to be the path forward in sustainability and in technology. And here, the video that you saw in introduction, this was the video of the very first electrolyzer implemented in Taiwan by Air Liquide for the semiconductor industry. This combined with renewable power, and in that case it's going to be a solar panel power to this electrolyzer because it is working for a year now. It produces hydrogen with a low carbon content. I do want to mention also a carbon capture project that is under construction on one of our sites here in Guanin to capture the CO2 emitted, increase the hydrogen production, and the CO2 that is generated and will be used for another market down the road. The last comment, and I will discuss, I'm sure, during the panel, is the importance of renewable energy. It's clearly a hot topic, I would say, in Taiwan. And for this type of technology to work, we need to have renewable energy to feed the electrolyzer. I don't know if this is known to you, but it is much better to have a steam reformer with methane than the electrolyzer without renewable power. So it is a combination of renewable power and electrolyzer that will make it low carbon, nothing else. So this system, as I mentioned, it's a 5 megawatt system. We're actually going to commission in the next 18 months 5 of them altogether. 3 are being started right now. Will save 35,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. And why I mention about this, it's not because of its size. 5 megawatts is a pretty standard system. There's nothing fancy about it. What is unique to this system is it is the very first system of this size to support, used to produce hydrogen and ultra-high purity oxygen for the semiconductor industry here in Taiwan for the latest application. For those of you who follow semiconductor, this is used for extreme UV technology, which is an enabler for the latest generation of semiconductor. And of course, is expected the highest purity possible of hydrogen. With electrolyzer technology, with the good water, renewable power, then we can supply our customers reliably the best quality product of hydrogen. I will start my talk here by summarizing it. Basically, Air Liquide is committed to providing to our customers sustainable solution. We have our own ambition to reduce our carbon footprint to carbon neutrality, but also are working with our customers to find solutions that will also address their needs. And how are we going to do this? It's the same recipe we've been using for 120 years, is by promoting innovation and technology. And this is going to be across our customers and patients, because we do also, of course, have solutions for hospitals. I'll leave it here, and I'm sure we'll meet again for the panel in a few minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zhofei Lu, CEO of Hydrotron Power. So our company is a new company focusing on the micro hydraulic system. I'm nervous and I'm very excited because I'm between two big companies, and I'm here to tell you a relatively small scale power generation approach, but it has an impact to the society. The title I was given was decentralized power supply, and because we signed the first PPA contract with TSMC of the mini hydraulic power. So when I look at this topic, we're not only looking at where the power is coming from. Actually, if we look at the goal in 2050, 60 to 70% of our power has to come from decentralized power, and it has to be renewable. So we just don't have enough energy. So if we look at Taiwan, it's a populated country, so the green energy will have a conflict with the place we live. So technology and engineer is not the bottleneck for us to develop green energy, but our heart is. And we look at the successful experience in Germany when they did the energy transition. And this is actually the process of social change. They're not only looking at the energy transition, but the social change transition. And this is the information from the German Institute in Taipei website. And this is the experience, whether it's going to be successful or not. And the key is actually our heart. Although the whole world is being affected by the Russia-Ukraine war, and the Germany still focus on their approach, their path to net zero. And if we look at what happened in Taiwan, the process here, we're facing a when it comes to net zero, some people greatly support it, and we also see some opposition. However, RE100, if we look at the international trend, this is something inevitable. And so what we're doing, the mini hydropower generation, is there anything we can do? And the implication of what we do is that we can have a more diverse energy resources. And this is something that maybe not in a big scale, but this kind of power generation has been there for many, many years. And it can also help the social change process. So first of all, allow me to briefly introduce to you why I come to this mini hydropower generation fields. And this is the article from Commonwealth magazine. So this is my story. So this is me and my child. And when I just took my son and walking along the Ainong Creek, and I have a bachelor in art and from Chengchi University. So I'm not an engineer. So this is where I take my walk every day, Ainong Creek in Yilan County. And one day I saw this video. I believe many of you have seen this video online because it has more than 200 million views. And this technology is really simple. Even me with a BA from Chengchi University, I know how it works. So it just strikes me that for the path I take a walk every day, is it possible that I can create something? I can create some values from here. So that is why I collect information related to this field, and I just send the information to the turbulence in Belgium. So because of this email, they receive 2,000 emails every day. However, they saw my email and they think this is doable. So because I collect the information about the cover area and about the waterhead, so I invite them to come to Taiwan. And after knowing that they can actually do it, and I realized that the equipment it only covers 150 square meters, but the power generated is actually equals to the it doesn't take a lot of space, but it can create a lot of energy. So probably this is something for Taiwan. So I go deeper. So what about the power generation? It can cover the whole creek. It can actually generate 1.34 megawatt, and there are a lot of creeks like this in Taiwan, and there are also irrigation canals can be used for this purpose. And if we look at the small or mini power hydropower generation, this is the power that has the lowest power CO2 emission. So the 2.14 to 4.36 grams is even lower than nuclear power generation. And the carbon factor is 509 grams. So this is going to be helpful to reduce carbon emission. So I understand that I have to verify whether it's doable. So I flew to Bali, and there is a green school in Bali Island in Indonesia. It uses renewable energy, so it takes the equipment from turbulent. So I use bamboo pole and use rocks, and because they said that this is going to be very tough. The equipment, it can take the impact from the flood, from the impact from the garbage, etc. So I verify that. I just throw things in there, and the equipment is still intact. And I also because I live in Unknown Creek, and Unknown Creek is a natural creek. So if we install some equipment like this, I want to make sure that equipment is friendly to the environment. And we know that this equipment it doesn't cause any harm for aquatic organisms. So when they commission the equipment, it only leaves a very small footprint, and for example steel or reinforcement concrete, which can go back to the natural environment. I raise a lot of requirements to them, and because for mini hydropower generation, it will go deep into a lot of communities, because we know this canals is just like our veins. It's going to apply infused in our daily lives. It cannot be just like a monster standing alone there. So it needs to be blended into our landscape, and it needs to be quiet. It doesn't create a lot of noises. So after evaluation, I think this is something that we can introduce into Taiwan, because we do have the requirements, and this is the equipment, the technology we can use. So we just do it, and we established our company in 2020. And however, we also received some recognitions, including we see from the TSMC or the deputy minister from the MOEA, and they have high expectations for us, but it doesn't mean that we don't have any difficulties. We spent 3.5 years and to achieve the results we show you here on slide. So for mini hydropower generation, this is something really new for the government and for the people. So there are a lot of things that we have to overcome. And in July this year, we signed the first mini hydropower generation PPA with TSMC, and TSMC said it very clearly that power generation like this, 50K to 200K, this is not enough for them. However, they are willing to support a power generation approach like this, and this might not be applied widely, but it has great potential. So we signed this contract with TSMC, and another very important step is that in the past, if we look at the water turbine or there are some gaps in Taiwan. So we signed a contract with the Belgium company. We want to bring the technology here in Taiwan because this is a part of infrastructure. When it is infrastructure, they will live with us for 20 or 30 years. If we do not have the technology, if we do not have the materials to maintain it, this technology or the equipment cannot be maintained. So we have struck a deal with the Belgian company and to bring this technology to Taiwan. Another thing is that if we want to, if the transportation of this equipment will cause a lot of carbon emission, and this is just not going to make any sense. So we are also addressing that issue, and we are the first company that start the establishment of the mini hydropower generation along the river, because this is a unique field. A lot of things need to be put into consideration. So now we are establishing a field, and it took us 2.5 years. And there's another field in Taichung, and there are 4 fall levels. So, and every fall level, we can create 15 kW. So here you can see from the picture, and maybe it will ring the bell. Hey, maybe I have something similar just near my home. So this is something that we want to verify here in Taiwan. We have this kind of resources everywhere. If we use the right approach, if you use the right tool, you can create new values. And for this equipment, we developed this equipment together with the Belgian company. We tell them what the requirements are in Taiwan. We have this special characteristics. We need the equipment suitable for low water head. So it can generate 15 kilowatt. And this is another equipment that can generate 130 kilowatt. Normally, if we think of hydraulic system, maybe our impression is that it will cover a wide area with gigantic equipments. But if you look at this, it doesn't cover a lot of land, and you can deploy this kind of equipment very quickly and doesn't occupy too much land. So in the past 2.5 years, our thought is that and for what the environment here in Taiwan, we can use every drop of water and to create great values. But facing these business opportunities, can we really establish a market like this? And in the past, the Water Resources Agency evaluated that for water, for river water generation, it's only 130 megawatts. But I believe that there are a lot of potentials, and maybe we don't know where the potential is before we introduce the new technology. Maybe for a lot of the fields, a lot of sites we have are the sites that consider doesn't have the value to generate hydraulic power in the past. And our life is closely related to water, and we need a hydraulic system to work together with the water resources. And now a lot of water are flowing around us, and maybe they do not and haven't really generated the value in terms of green energy. And one thing very important, because in Taiwan, we have high mountains, and the water flows very quickly. And for the condition we have is that just like if you look at the hydraulic system we have, it's because the water flows very quickly. A lot of the equipments are trying to slow down the water flow. But if we just think about it the other way, because if you try to reduce the flow of the river, it's actually reduce the the value of the power. But if you just can use the water flow, the speed of that, and to use it to create to generate power, it can be it can create different value like what we have now. And in the future, the hydraulic system can blend in and to other equipments we have. So in the past 3 years, we think that because we didn't have the value chain, we didn't have the talents, so that is why we're still struggling now and strive to introduce new technologies. But now, since we have the good conditions, maybe we can be the leading country to create to develop mini hydropower generation. So we already talked to a lot of government agencies. So this is doable. However, the government agencies, they are relatively slower to catch up the new changes. A lot of the budgets are spent on hydraulic systems, but did not create a lot of the power in the past. But maybe this can be changed in the future. And we can leverage the existing hydraulic system. Just like the 3 sites we have, we just a simple adjustment, and we can generate power and supply the power to community to use. And since the hydraulic generation, it can go deep into communication. Maybe we can engage the community and we can work together with them. So now we're working together with the public utilities, and we work together with the community. It can be a ESG initiative. So it goes back to what we said before. Why heart is the key or the medium to change the society, because seeing is believing. If we see that this is the technology around us, and once the water is flowing and we can create values, we can generate profits, and we understand the values that brought by the nature, we can have a more concrete idea of what we can do. I believe this can be a very good medium for the society and for the people. And so for the project, citizen project, we engage the community, and the corporate and community can invest, and the green, it can obtain the green energy certificate, and it can be a stabilized power for 20 years. And we believe that we have to have our own technology so that we can focus on the technology that can be applied to suitable for Taiwanese conditions. So now we see some companies are developing their own technology, and we can also bring some new technologies from overseas to Taiwan. And if the government, we see that the government actually has the vision, and it already applies to wind power, and we believe that this potential can also apply to hydropower generation. Now we want to be able to have the ability to generate turbulence hydropower system, and we want to make people understand that this is doable here in Taiwan, and maybe there are more technologies that we can use suitable for Taiwanese conditions. So now this is what we have been doing, and as one single company. And we believe that as the hydropower generation continues to develop, if people can see some successful examples, this development can continue to grow, and we believe that this mini hydropower generation can create more values. And even for the regulations can further develop, and we can see the collaborations between the civil society and the government. So for our company, at the beginning, we just wanted to have a power generation plant right in front of my front door. But now we are having a bigger dream. We do hope that the hydraulic system, when at the design stage, and that they can bring in the hydraulic or mini hydraulic generation capacity, because we do have the power, we do have the water resources, and we can further commercialize it. And once we are having the mature technology, we can export our experience and the technology, and so that we can be the leading country in this regard. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Christian Tilstedt, and I'm one of the co-founders of Wood Tilstedt. And today we'll be talking a bit about foundations, which is a very important aspect of building offshore wind farms, especially the foundations. That's how the turbines are standing on the ground. I'll be looking into sort of some of the challenges of going into the deeper waters, particularly here in Taiwan. So as a company, we're really a company. We are 100% focused on offshore wind. We are 160 engineers based in Europe, US, and here in Asia. We really focus on technical excellence. So we are investing a lot of our effort into improving the engineering to optimize these structures, because it's an important aspect of building offshore wind. And we have a worldwide reach. We are present across the world. Everywhere there's offshore wind. We have a very experienced team. A lot of the team members, they have been involved in offshore wind from the very beginning in Europe. We are working a lot with our technical excellence. It's based on how we work with our software to really use supercomputers to optimize the structures that we put in the sea. And we are a company that work very closely with our clients to develop the best projects. So we have many clients where we have a very close relationship with them. And then obviously quality is very essential for us as a company, as we will end up making the fabrication drawings, and any mistake that will happen in the sea will have a high consequence and a high cost. These are an extract of what we are doing at the moment. So we are very active in Europe, as you can see. We are delivering the Dogger Bank projects, the world's largest offshore wind farm. We're delivering East Anglia, the 3 gigawatts in England. We're developing the Vineyard Wind. So that's the first commercial scale offshore wind farm in US. Dogger Bank I mentioned. We've delivered the Kita Port project, the first Japanese offshore wind farm, and we also been involved here in Taiwan for the last 4 years, where we have worked on the Changfang and the Xidao projects. And we have an office here in Taipei. So we are present everywhere in the world where there's offshore wind. And annually we are delivering the detailed engineering for 3 gigawatts of offshore wind. So before we go into Taiwan, I just want to zoom a little bit back in history to see what happened in Europe and some of the lessons that we saw from there. Way back, we had turbines that came from onshore. They were maybe 1 megawatt turbine. They then became 2 megawatt turbine. Then we started putting them in the sea in Europe. And we had the benefit. You had waste areas that you could use for power production, and often you could put the turbines fairly close to where you had high density populations. And when you put the turbines in sea, you need a foundation to support them. And we have these different concept that has been utilized. There's a gravity base. It's a concrete structure standing on the seafloor. We've got monopiles, which are basically driven into the pile. It's steel structures. And then we've got different types of jacket structures. Now, in this almost 2 decades, if we look at what has happened, is that there has been a very, very clear favorite, and that has been these monopile structures. And if we dive into the reason for this, it's come down to these different aspects. One of these is the material consumption. It has a low material consumption, so that's a good benefit to make it cheap. It has a very efficient supply chain that got developed over the years. And it's a hollow tube, so it has a simple construction, and you can easily fabricate them. And also logistic handling them, transporting to the site, and installing them in the seabed. It's a low risk concept for that point of view, and it was well suited for soil conditions in Europe. So these are the reasons why Europe went down the route of really having a focus on these monopiles. Now, many times the monopiles has been sort of, now we've reached the end of the monopiles. We cannot put a bigger turbine on the monopiles. We will never see bigger turbines on monopiles. This has been said in the industry over and over again. And all the way back in 2008, people believed it was the end. They are too dynamically sensitive, too thick steel plates. But again and again, we've seen the supply chain following on. And I think what was mostly overlooked was that new turbines, they also came in bigger sizes. And when the size went up, suddenly everything came together. And we still see them being deployed on deeper waters, 50 meters of water or even deeper in Europe. So I think one thing that's very key to keep in mind whenever we're talking about limitation, especially when it comes to water depths and when it comes to these technologies that we are using, we are not really talking about technical limitations. It's all limitation that comes down to whether the solutions are available and they are commercially viable and they are low-risk structures. Just for a point of view, here's an oil and gas jacket structure built for 300 meters of water. You could easily put a turbine on top and say you can build offshore wind at 300 meters of water, but commercially it would not make sense. So we're talking about commercial feasibility rather than technical limits. So what happened in Europe is very much that we saw these robust supply chains develop, and we saw the technologies mature, and especially the larger turbines became available. That was a major enabler. And then we also had an industry that learned from project to project. So we took away the mistakes as the industry matured. And in the end, we saw all the risk premiums for offshore wind energy that reduced. It increased the competition among developers. There was more that were interested in investing in the market. And ultimately, we saw a rapid drop in offshore wind costs. So that happened in Europe. And then recently, or not recently, but half a decade ago, the offshore wind industry came to Taiwan. And there are differences here in Taiwan, and there's definitely also some challenges. Some of these are the earthquakes. We've got these loose soils that are prone to liquefaction, and we also have typhoons. And again, it's the limitations here in Taiwan. They are not technical. We already see Taipei 101 tower. You can build quite amazing structures here. You just need to do the engineering in a different way than you would have done in Europe. And over the years, the offshore wind industry is also adapting to the Taiwanese conditions. An example here, this is a structure, what it would look like probably had it been European conditions. You have to design for earthquake, typhoon, and liquefaction. The structure gets slightly stronger, the piles get longer, and it can handle these extreme events when they occur. So again, it's not technical limits. We just need to do our design in a different way. Just want to talk a bit of risks and improving design, because this is a really important aspect of making commercial, attractive offshore wind farms, is that you can handle your ground risks. And that's really key here in Taiwan, where we have challenging soil conditions, no doubt about that. And again, it's an early expenditure that the developers they have to do. They have to do quite significant investment, so it would be tempted to not spend too much on the early investigations. But again, you can run into major issues with your project if you don't do that. Equally, there's also different issues of doing too much SI or trying to do too much early on. You end up spending too much money without getting the benefit out of it. So all the developers, they are looking for sort of a sweet spot where you get a thorough understanding of what is the actual site conditions that you are facing. And there are other aspects. So international engineering standards, they were not necessarily designed for Taiwanese conditions, especially not soil conditions. So we need to, as engineers, do local testing to derive methods that are more applicable for Taiwanese conditions. This is an example of some pilot tests we did for the Shangfang and Xidao project. Again, it's helping us build more efficient structures and take away the risks that would be in these projects. And now, as the first wind farms they are getting constructed in Taiwan, it's really essential that the information is fed back to the new projects. We need to learn from the existing projects to both be able to optimize, but also to de-risk future projects. An example is installation measurements. How are piles getting installed? Does it match what we are predicting? We also have as-built measurements. Does a turbine act as we are predicting it should? What happens during an earthquake? Are we doing everything accurate? So this is a major part in the industry that it's important that these things are being fed back into the design, specifically here for projects in Taiwan. Now, coming to the question is then how deep can bottom fixed structures go in Taiwan? And one thing to bear in mind here is that we've seen these turbines increase in size, and that has a major impact on how deep we can go in Taiwan. And we've seen in the past how these turbines has been increasing since one megawatt turbines, and suddenly we were up in the 10 megawatt class, and now we are talking about 15 megawatt, we are talking about 20 megawatt. It's really been a rapid growth that we've seen over the last 2 decades, and no one is really seeing the end to this growth. Everyone is predicting that this will continue into the future. There are very, very strong cost drivers for why you would want larger turbines. And again, so if we are looking at where we are today with the current class of turbines we have, if we are talking about 9-10 megawatts, we can put them on 50 meters of water. But if we as a developer start to put them out on deeper waters, 75 meters, we start to having issues with making them cost efficient. You're basically building a very expensive substructure to resist waves with a small turbine on top, and your business case is not really looking attractive. So what you need is basically almost the same jacket, but you need a larger turbine, and all your business case is substantially going to improve. So utilizing the deeper water in Taiwan, it comes with increasing the turbine size. And just as a sort of a rule of thumb, every time we see a doubling in the turbine size, you can go to 40 to 50% deeper water. So if you want to take another step into almost 100 meters, well, we need a turbine which is a 40 megawatt turbine. And it might sound like it's a turbine that we won't see, but if you look at the rapid growth we've seen, who knows, in 1 decade they might be the commercially available turbine. Looking back at the different platforms, we saw in the beginning we had this 2 megawatt platform that was being used in Europe in 2000 to 2010 until we got sort of the 3 to 4 megawatt class that came. That time it was mainly Vestas and Siemens that was in the market. Then came Siemens and Vestas with the next class, which was a 6 to 9 megawatt class. And today, a lot of the projects that are under development, they are looking at the next level, which is the 10 to 15 megawatt class. And the very first turbines in this range are now starting to be deployed worldwide. And if you look at the pace of the development, you can see we would expect that sort of the 15 to 20 megawatt turbines might become commercially available when we are looking towards the end of the decade or 2030. But again, I think one thing that's really important here is also localization requirements. They are likely to delay the entry into the Taiwanese markets. The turbine suppliers, they are required to establish a supply chain in Taiwan. And if they've made a big investment in the 10 to 15 megawatt class, they need to have a return on that before they start investing in a new turbine class. So there might be some years of delay. This is a map of Taiwan with the water depths, and we've got all the red bottom, the red colors, that's 0 to 50 meters. So these are obvious for bottom fixed, and these are a lot of the sites that we're developing at the moment, they are in this range. And then we go to the orange, where we are looking at 50 to 75. And this is really a range where we see that the developers struggling right now because they don't have turbines that are really large enough to utilize these water depths, and as a result they're struggling with their business cases to make these wind farms work. And another thing is also the capex cost of these foundations it's already quite high, so it's really important that the consenting requirements with regard to the localization, also the choice of technologies, is not too onerous of the developers, because that's putting another constraint on top. But what we really need is some bigger turbines to really utilize these areas. Again, then we go to 75 to 100 meters, and we go to 100 plus meters. The blue color is the yellow color, and here a lot of developers that are looking into floating wind. We're no longer touching the bottom, and this is a big market worldwide, and it's really gaining momentum. And we expect to see towards the end of the decades more of floating offshore wind farms will come online worldwide. So. If we summarize a bit, the deeper waters, they can be utilized. It's technically possible, but commercially it will become much more attractive when we have the larger turbines. And the establishment of these robust supply chain, this is really essential, and there should really be a strong focus in the industry to prioritize these concepts that are suitable for mass fabrication, and also not have 5 different concepts trying to mass fabricate that in Taiwan, but you need to narrow in and pick a winning concept, and then really focus on getting that out in the Taiwanese market. There's a big improvement potential for material optimization through optimizing for Taiwanese conditions. And a lot of this will come through having a feedback loop from the existing offshore wind farms. How are they behaving in reality, so they can be improved. The low risk aspect of the projects is really essential. Ground investigation is key, and knowledge sharing among projects is key. So thank you very much. This is what I had for today. The offshore wind market is really gaining momentum in Taiwan, and I hope to see that momentum continue in the next decades. Thank you.
For your presentation. Maybe I use Chinese because we have an audience all speak Chinese, but we have an oral translation. Probably easier. 我们谢谢那个3位。
We thank 3 distinguished speakers for their excellent presentations. So maybe you have some questions. I will start. And if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and to exchange your views with our speakers. The first question I have is that climate change and the revolution of carbon economy actually affects how we obtain our energy and the usage of energy. We know this is a very important topic. And Oliver just shared with us that the hydro energy is a very important part, and Air Liquide is the avant-garde in this regard. And my question for you, Olivia, is that low carbon hydrogen fuel, for example, the application of it, for example, energy storage and cells, for example, how it can help to reduce the carbon footprint for enterprises. So can you answer that question first, please?
Sure, thank you for the question. So as I showed in my presentation, there's no shortage of usage for hydrogen. We obviously see a lot. I think the challenge in the next coming years is to define which one are the most useful to the energy transition. So we have 2 types. Basically, it's energy storage, especially when it comes to renewable energy that is not necessarily, especially wind or solar that is not available all the time. How do you store energy when it's available, and how would you give it back when it's not available? That's one application. The second is obviously hydrogen for mobility. And over the last decades, we went from individual cars, which maybe not the best application for hydrogen, to looking at buses, trucks, boats, even planes. And those are still being developed. And of course, after there's all the hydrogen required, low carbon hydrogen for the industry. And there are lots of applications of hydrogen today. And the hydrogen that is used today is from fossil fuel. 95% of it is from methane reforming. So here, plenty of opportunities for low carbon hydrogen that would be produced mostly from electrolyzer fed with renewable energy from hydropower or from wind farms.
Thank you, Oliver. My second question is for Mr. Zhou. You mentioned in your presentation that the hydropower in Taiwan, we have a lot of power resources. We have high mountains and the river flows very quickly. So maybe this is a very good condition in terms of hydropower generation. And you said that the engineering and technology is not the big bottleneck to develop hydropower, but our human heart is. So how do we use hydropower to facilitate energy transition? I think when I started this, started to put my efforts in hydropower generation, and we started to see news. For example, some people would take a picture of their drainage at the their backyard and send a picture to us and ask us whether it's possible for them to develop hydropower generation. And this is actually, people are changing their mind. And this is what I mentioned about the medium change. People's heart will change. And this is something that you can see. This is water level. The canal is there. And if the facility is there and you see the equipment working and it generates power, it's closely related to your lives. Because for solar PV, it's on your rooftop. And for wind power, it's far away in the ocean. So these are very important energy resources, and they are the major energy resources. But what people can see is what happened in front of their eyes. And this is something that can trigger some conversation. This is the medium that can change people's mind. And for mini hydropower generation, 50K. So compared to other energy generation, we have to accumulate a lot of different sites so that we can compare to other energy resources. But this is something that people can talk about. This is something that can change people's mind. Maybe 10 years ago, hundreds of years ago, people are actually using, for example, the water wheel, and this is something that people used to do to generate power using hydropower in the past. But now, this is an opportunity for us. We can further communicate with the community and to feel how it can change our lives. So this is the major difference between mini hydro and power generation. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. The third question is for offshore power, wind power. Just like Christian mentioned, that the jacket or foundation, and we know that starting from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 development, now we are going further away from the shore and the water goes deeper. So from your opinion, for future in Taiwan, the development of offshore wind power, especially underwater infrastructure foundation, So what is the concept for the future offshore wind generation for Taiwan?
Talk through the presentation, we were talking about the bottom fixed structures, which are the monopiles and the jacket structures in different configurations. And when we go to slightly deeper water, and it will be a tendency as you'll start by developing the shallow sites, and you'll end up going towards the deeper sites. We are seeing that elsewhere in the world, and the industry where you have a floating foundation under the turbine is what's really gaining momentum. Again, there's a lot of technological discussions about what is an optimal floating concept. There's many around that have different ways of working. I think we have maybe 50 or 60 different concepts, and I think right now the industry sort of worldwide is in a selection phase to figure out what is the most optimal floating concept that will be deployed in the future. And once that happens and the floating market matures, we will need to see supply chains develop, just like we've seen for the bottom fix. That's what is needed also to bring down the cost for the floating structures. But equally, floating structures, they also they will be large structures. They have anchors, they have mooring lines. So compared to bottom fixed structures, we will see sort of a higher cost of those. And at the moment we are looking at the bottom fixed, we are saying up to 50, maybe 75 meters. That's sort of the range of the bottom fixed. And typically when we are talking about floating foundation, we are talking about 100 meters and upwards. And there are some sweet spots in the middle between sort of 50 to 100 meters where there might be other concepts that are applicable. And in Woodside, we are working with a concept what we call a guide monopile. So it's basically a monopile that is supported by 3 mooring lines and anchor lines. So there might be in-between concepts that will be seen as the most commercially attractive foundations. But this is not just a Taiwanese problem. This is a worldwide problem where the offshore wind industry is trying to find its feet, what it does when we go beyond the bottom fixed.
谢谢，谢谢。那有一个问题的话。
So another question is for 3 speakers. Maybe each of you will take a few minutes to answer. In the path of net zero and energy transition, we are at the crossroads for the energy transition and net zero pathway. So based on your experience, what would be the biggest challenge for Taiwan? And how do we solve the challenge, overcome the challenge? So starting with Oliver.
Thank you for the question. One that is specific to Taiwan, I'll address at last, but one that is across the board, of course, is cost. And for producing hydrogen, we see that scale will bring the cost down. So our forecast would be that by the time we reach 2035, this will definitely be competitive to existing technology. What we need also is more incentives for companies to be willing to consider this type of option. So a price of carbon emission in Taiwan would definitely facilitate and accelerate the acceptance of such technologies. And the last point, which is basically saying that I wish my colleague to be very successful, is we need more renewable power in Taiwan. It's as simple as this. So I cannot not produce hydrogen with electrolyzer if I don't have renewable power. And we all know power in Taiwan is an issue. And renewable power is an even bigger issue. So I wish more renewable power in Taiwan soon.
What about you, Mr. Zhou? It's a big question, so I'll just share with you from my own perspective. I think the biggest challenge is a change of a mindset. I think 3.5 years ago, I brought my plan, my program to the government, but I got the response to say, oh, we haven't seen this kind of project before, so it's a no, or this is unlikely to happen, or this is inconsistent with what we're doing. But 3.5 years later, Right now, sometimes we would get phone calls from the government officials, maybe in the middle of the night, and ask me relevant questions. So you can see that the government is changing its mindset within a very short period of time, and I have personal feeling about that. And also about the civic engagement, our relationship with the society, with the people, I also feel some changes. For example, the irrigation system. Originally, the farmers would worry that this kind of small hydro would affect the irrigation efficiency, and there will be some running water issues. But after many negotiations and explanations, right now, I see many farmers who will approach me and tell me that they want to do their own version of a small hydro, and also they want to use this energy generated from the small hydro and contribute that to the whole village or their local community. Maybe they can generate more power to support local businesses. So I think the biggest challenge is about change of mindset. But once we have changed the mindset successfully, once people are more acceptable to green energy, people have accepted that green power is part of their daily life, and then we can move very quickly. So that's what I have felt for the past 3.5 years.
Yeah, thank you. I would say in offshore wind in Asia, we really see in Taiwan as being a front runner. It's been very successful in getting investors and developers to come to Taiwan and really invest in building out offshore wind. And this has left you in a state right now where there's a really good momentum in the offshore wind industry. And I think what's really vital for Taiwan is that this momentum is being kept, that we have regulatory stability that would allow the developers to continue to develop projects and to build their supply chain with full confidence that the offshore wind industry is here to stay. And then in terms of the challenges, the developers also has a lot of challenges with just in nature, soil conditions, water depths, and so on. And I think it's very important, as I also mentioned in my speak, that the consenting requirements that they are faced with are not too onerous. Also, localization rules, they should be carefully considered before they are being implemented. And if that's done right, I'm sure the industry will have a really good momentum, and you will see much cheaper green energy in the future coming out from offshore wind at large scale.
谢谢 Thank you. 那我们现在
We still have some questions coming from the audience. The first question, for the green supply chain, where should we start? So in terms of different production lines, where should we start in terms of the whole supply chain? Should we start with the upstream or midstream or downstream? Maybe we should ask Olivier from Air Liquide.
The production line or from the low risk production line to start with?
I'm thinking. You know, if you see what's happening elsewhere, because obviously, and I'll be talking about hydrogen here, there are a lot of things that are happening out there, whether it's in mobility, industries. And I have to say again, I moved to Taiwan 1.5 years ago, and I'm surprised and amazed at how quickly things have picked up in Taiwan. So now we talk about hydrogen, again, for mobility, trucks, buses, and then this is more the cities driving this, but also customers, steel manufacturing, also looking at hydrogen in the steel process. So I don't think there's one step one and the step two and the step three. I think it also depends to the comments that were made just before. It's also a question of maturity of the officials, the industries, the people also. That will dictate where we should start. I think people need to be comfortable with the technologies, the applications. So start with one that seems to be of interest by most, prove the concept, and after roll out. Not pick too many topics. So right now, what is big is definitely hydrogen for mobility for cars, because it's visible, because Japan has done so much, Korea, China, in the US, in Europe, so why not Taiwan? And I think Taiwan has a really good infrastructure, so yeah, why not Taiwan? And it may not be the end game, but that's the starting probably.
That's good. That's good. Very good. 再来一个问题呢，
Another question is also coming from the audience. This is probably addressed to Mr. Zhou. For small hydro, the development of small hydro in Taiwan, in your opinion, how much percentage can it replace the traditional or conventional electricity or power? Because right now, the hydropower only contribute to only 1% of the total power in Taiwan. So in your opinion, how much contribution would the small hydro give to our whole power generation landscape? I actually get this question a lot. I think nobody has the answer for that question. One of the reasons is that we have once seen government reports. They analyze the rivers in the countryside, about 900 megawatts of solar power. But in that report, they did not consider rivers with a smaller water volume. And they did not consider how to turn impossibilities to possibilities. And also, the report did not consider the demand from the people for green energies. We often get invitations to talk to people from different industries to talk about how to manage their wastewater and whether or not there's a hydropower possibility for the wastewater of various factories. So a lot of factors were not quantified in the past. So I cannot give you a number how much contribution small hydro will contribute, how many gigawatts. Maybe some reports will give you the number 2.6 gigawatt. Regardless of the situation, Taiwan needs every drop of green energy we can get. So under the circumstances, my take is that we should not see how much it can do. It's that we should maximize the capability of a small hydro in Taiwan. Another question is also from the audience. A lot of people actually ask the same question. For offshore wind farms, we know it provides clean energy, but the whole supply chain, the manufacturing process, would somewhat use carbon. So, Christian, in your opinion, as we develop offshore wind farms, as we continue to develop the supply chain, and as with our pursuit for lower carbon emissions, is it possible for us to make the supply chain a completely 100% clean energy, clean supply chain?
I think looking at wind turbines and the energy and amount of carbon emission that goes into the fabrication of a wind farm, there's been numerous studies, and they typically conclude that the renewable energy that's being produced by the turbine will have paid for its own construction costs in terms of CO2 within half a year or 9 months, in that range. Obviously, if you're looking at the entire supply chain, and there will be lots of elements where you can replace it with electricity. You could have electric vessels and so on. I still think there's a long way to go until we have a full supply chain running completely on renewable sources. But again, it's a good question. It is something that the industry should pay attention to, not just producing green energy, but also looking at the consumption that the industry is doing while producing the wind farms.
Thank you. 可能我们时间也快差不多。
So we're almost running out of time. The last question is for all speakers.
我们有一个问题。
我告诉你哦。
Okay, I'm very happy to be here. I actually experienced the 311 earthquake in Japan, and I study solar energy. So whenever I participate in this kind of a forum, we talked about global warming, we talked about carbon emissions. We always say that carbon emissions is one of the most important factor for climate change. It is one of the most important causes for climate change. And for wind power does not generate carbon dioxide, and hydrogen power does not generate carbon dioxide. So my question for the two international speakers is that for nuclear power plants, what's your take on nuclear power plants? How come in your respective countries, do you see nuclear energy, renewable energy, or do you consider nuclear energy a clean energy, a green energy? In my opinion, nuclear energy would also generate some excessive heat. So your question is whether or not a nuclear power plant is considered a clean energy in your respective countries.
Maybe okay. The Christine, you go first.
If I start, I think in terms of CO2, nuclear is. We need nuclear if we really want to have reduced CO2 emissions. The challenges that we are facing in the world are not going to be managed by just solar or offshore wind. We need more energy sources, and it's definitely key that nuclear is providing a very good source of non-CO2 emitting power production. But I say if we're looking at what has happened in Europe, especially in the UK market, the UK as a nation, they had a lot of coal-powered power plant that had to be replaced. So they went down on a twofold strategy. One was to build nuclear, and the other one was to build offshore wind. And what we are seeing is that the nuclear power plant it had a very delayed construction. It had lots of budget overruns. Offshore wind, on the contrary, has been developed on time, and we've seen the prices come down from project to project. So actually in UK, offshore wind is producing much cheaper energy than than nuclear. But I do think that they can live side by side, and offshore wind is not the solution to everything. But there's a cost element of it as well.
Oliver, you want to add up?
I'll try to make it short. So in my country, nuclear power is big. I'm French, if you haven't noticed. Even though with what we see in Europe today, it challenges the beliefs and the priorities of every country. Look at Germany, what's happening right now. The question about nuclear power and how you put it is tricky. If you look at CO2 equivalent, nuclear is great, doesn't make any CO2. But obviously there's more to it. And in my previous job, actually, I was responsible for R&D for the company. And we were looking at it very differently. We're looking at life cycle assessment. So what Christian mentioned earlier about the overall supply chain to produce a windmill or an electrolyzer or whatever technology. We also looked at eco-cost, which is trying to put money on erasing the environmental impact to such process. And when it comes to nuclear, I think it also becomes a question about what you believe whether you're pro or con. So as an employee of Air Liquide, I cannot give you the company's position on this. There's no position. We don't in a nuclear business. However, depending on how you value this, then it makes it a very good technology or not technology to follow. So I know it's a big debate in Taiwan. It has been. It is in most countries. But to conclude, the CO2 emission of carbon of nuclear power is very good. So from that standpoint, it would be considered a renewable energy.
Okay. 我们剩下大概叫差不多2到3分钟的时间。
We still have 2 to 3 minutes. So I'll just ask the speakers to spend just 1 minute to share. We know that the net zero by 2050, the goal is shared by many countries. It is also a global target. So in your opinion, net zero by 2050, we are seeing a crisis, but so in your opinion, how do we turn the risk into opportunity? So spend 1 minute for each speaker, summarize what you think. So starting with Olivier.
Sure. Risk into opportunity. So from a company standpoint, I believe Air Liquide is doing what it has done successfully for the last 120 years. We bring technology and innovation to solve problems. It is an ambitious challenge, and we think that we have put our own ambition at the right level, and we are here to support our customers in the process with their own objectives. Now, as a person, I think, because here we're talking about the next generation, I think there's more that can be done and then done every day. It's also a question about how each and everyone consume. You know, I decide to buy this or I decide not to buy this. I use plastic, but I recycle plastic. I avoid the single-use plastic. I avoid straws, bags. This is the type of things as a parent I try to teach my children, and I think this is something that each and everyone can do. Whether you should do, it's up to you to decide, but definitely something we can do that will make an impact. And again, that applies in Taiwan, everywhere you are. So that's my input here.
周总来。
And for me, I think we need to have a stock taking of what resources we have. In the past, people say that Taiwan is an island country. We only have limited resources. But from the perspective of green energy, I think for the past few years, people are seeing that Taiwan has a very good environment for offshore wind farms and also thermal power plant possibilities. And we have the hydro capability and we have the geographical environment. So maybe in that perspective, Taiwan is very wealthy as a nation. So that's what I have learned for the past 3.5 years. If we want to do something, we need to have a very good stock taking of what we have and try to maximize the value of all the resources we have. So for today's forum, I'm not talking about the technologies. I'm trying to promote the idea and try to maximize the use of a small hydro within our country. And we want to work with the communities to maximize the potential of green energy. It could be small hydro or other kind of powers, and familiarize our people with the more possibility, the more renewable energy. It's not something that can be done by just our company, just one company, but we want to work with more partners, maybe other companies or the government to achieve that.
Yeah, thank you. I think the challenge that we face towards 2050, it's really tremendous, and we need to look at it from both sides, both how we produce our energy, but also how we consume our energy. And I think in terms of how we produce, there won't be one energy source that stands alone. It will be offshore wind, it will be nuclear, it will be small hydro plants that come together. I think when we're talking about offshore wind, I think we should really look towards what Europe has managed to achieve, and that is really to develop an industry where offshore wind can be deployed at large scale with some very, very large units and also at low cost. and it's also been a development that has gone quite rapidly. And I think we can see the same here in Asia. We're not quite there yet, but it's something that takes time. In Europe, it has taken 2 decades. We're only 5 years in it here in Taiwan. But I think all the opportunities is for Taiwan, together with other APEC countries, to really mature the industry here. So you will see a lot of green energy coming from offshore wind farms.